All right, we are good on time. We're going to go ahead and we are good on time. We're going to go ahead and get started with the PJL committee meeting. The mayor has a personal obligation for today, has asked me to chair the meeting, and with Councilman Ritchie, now our sheriff, we do not have the ability to vote on anything that is happening in this committee, but we can have discussion. So, first thing, we are called to order. We can't vote on approval of the minutes. Is that correct? Okay, so we will not vote on approval of the minutes, and we'll move on to public comment. If you are here for public comment, I've got 2.5 minutes on my clock. Come forward and please state your name and address for the record. Is there anyone here for public comment?
My name is Tom Taylor, and I'm a dog owner, and I would like the issue to come before this council. Presently, it's being enforced after 10 years of just being in law, and I don't understand why all of a sudden you're harassing all of us at the inner community parks and so forth about our dogs. It's amazing to me that I can go over to Ion and have my dog run all day long, because dogs are social, and dogs need to be together and meet and socialize. There's a few bad apples, obviously. They keep calling here and complaining and have made it their mission to close down any kind of dog park or any kind of community social functions that our dogs like to do. Mount Pleasant is surrounded by water. Dogs in the low country are dogs that are water dogs. And that was quite evident at places like Alhambra and everywhere else around our community. I'm sure that a lot of you have heard about Seawee. With Seawee, one of the biggest things they do is have dogs that jump and retrieve. Now, why do they display that if it's not a low country thing to do? But Mount Pleasant has chosen to just decide that no dogs can do that anymore because they would be off leash. So dogs love to catch balls, sticks. You can't do that in a fenced in little area of what was proposed 2 years ago at the Edwards Park. And the Edwards Park has become a catch-all now for quite a lot of dogs. And the reason for that is because 2 years ago, you decided to close Alhambra, and you did that. And when you did that, you just nixed everything that had to do with dogs. And now it's starting to look like a New York City park or something. We're in the low country. We're in the low country where dogs need to jump in the water, they need to chase balls and do all this stuff. And I would love for you to start looking at putting out something at this municipality like like the Isle of Palms and Sullivan's Island do. They get us voters.
Thank you. Is anyone next?
Hi, thank you for your service. My name is Dan Crossi. My property is at 938 Cottingham Drive in Mount Pleasant. I'm here to also talk about Edwards Park. When I wanted to just talk about a sense of community. You hear that word a lot, that phrase a lot, and everyone's always like, what does that mean? You know, it's thrown around so much. But to me, when I stop and I think, what does sense of community mean? I think of Edwards Park. I go there, people come in, they have smiles on their faces and even bigger smiles when they leave. They're with their best friends when they leave. I've gotten to know so many people. I've learned about their families, their jobs, their passions. But guess what? We don't talk about politics ever there. I never hear political talks, and it's because it's so divisive right now across our country. And that's why it's such a wonderful place to go. I wanted to speak also for a gentleman who couldn't be here today. He's been going there for 19 years. He had to get a back situation taken care of today, but his dog is 19 years old. That dog is there almost every day. And he did mention that, yes, he has seen 2 skirmishes, because I saw him Saturday, and he's the one that told me about this, and I wanted to really make a point of going into work late today to be here. He has seen 2 skirmishes, minor skirmishes, over 19 years. I would encourage all of you to at least go there before anything drastic is done, because it is truly a fantastic place. You know, between 4:30 and 6, when you see so many people who live here enjoying the community that you guys have helped build. My dog is named Dooley. She has become a great canine citizen because of the dogs that she's met there. There's a sheriff dog that usually is walking around teaching dogs how to behave properly. It really is an amazing thing to watch and to enjoy. Mount Pleasant also, I wanted to remind you, has won the national award as a better city for pets. It's a national award. This happened just 3 years ago. And I hope that you will live up to that by coming to some kind of resolution to keep this park available to dog play groups and also their humans. Thank you again.
Thank you. All right.
Good morning, Council. Mike Van Horn, Iron Bridge Drive. GM, I just wanted to thank you. Last month you sat here about the anti-SLAPP and you made a comment with Mr. Haney to try to make sure that this wasn't something that was politically motivated. So I want to, congratulate you on that. I hope that the mayor doesn't use that anti-SLAPP, that you're looking to talk about later as a political aspect. I would suggest that maybe everybody on council just sits there and takes a playbook out of the mayor's, aspect and just sit there and block individuals on social media. He's done that to myself personally, as far as, the whole Patriots point. I used to see eye to eye with the mayor and a lot of things, never had any negative things to say about him. But, in that sense, he's actually blocked all social media contact in that regard. So that's all I want to say about the anti-SLAPP part. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Ellen Moore. I live at 1469 Gunnison Street. And I'm here to ask you to, in the discussion about ratifying the ordinance to 3 readings as opposed to the current 2, I think doing this will allow more transparency on the town council and give the community more time to react. I sat through the committee meetings and the town council meetings in January, and there was a 4-4 tie on the council and considerable discussion, as there should be. I think contrary to what some town council members may believe, this current ordinance with just 2 readings is not working for the residents of Mount Pleasant. We're asking for your transparency to review your changes and amendments on the second agreement before an immediate final vote. And the committee in our town really cares, or excuse me, not the committee, the community in our town really cares. There's that word again, community. We want to be part of this. We want to be part of your, the influence factor in your decisions that impact all of us. We elected you for that purpose. So making this adjustment to the ordinance may add a bit more time to things, may extend the time that some ordinance or some project is put in place. Yet we all know that progress takes time, and doing this will allow the kind of time that I think is the right investment in time for our town and for our community. I thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, John Acfano, 388 Overseer Place. Thank you for putting the readings on the agenda today. When it comes to the 2 reading system, our citizens have 2.5 minutes to speak. They have the availability to call or email in as well. But on that second reading, on that evening, we can make amendments, or town council can make amendments, and the people do not have a chance to speak on our amendments. When they show up that night, they're showing up to speak on what they see as the agenda for that evening. So I ask that we follow Charleston's ordinance, which is 3 readings. I know at one meeting, the mayor had asked, which league do you want to play in, Charleston, Columbia, North Charleston, or with a city that's 2/3 our size, which was in reference to Greenville, when council was speaking about being able to make amendments on the first reading. My answer is that I'd like to play in Charleston's league, which is the 3 readings. And I ask that we continue to move forward with that and allow the public to know what we are voting on that night without having amendments being able to be made, which is what the third reading will allow. So thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Are there any further public comments? All right. Public comment is now closed. Item number 4, police matters. We have no agenda items on police matters. 5, judicial, no agenda items. 6, legal matters. A, continue discussion and possible action on a resolution in support of the House bill, Senate bill, the anti-SLAPP law. Mr. Chapman, do you have anything you would like to add on this topic?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am. Okay. And I think I said my piece last go around because we can't vote on anything here. This will, I think, just be delayed until the next council meeting. I think one thing I would like to add is that we have had many discussions on council of the value of a resolution and whether or not it is worth our while to do it when it's not binding and it's not, it doesn't force anyone to do anything. It's just sort of a statement. So I think some resolutions have come through and people are like, well, why would we even do that? Because it doesn't have impact. And then other things, we move forward with it. So I think it'll be interesting to see where the rest of council falls on this. Okay, moving on to item B, discussion and possible action to change the number of readings to ratify an ordinance. Mr. Chapman, do you have any comment on that?
I do. I know one of our comments today was that we want to play in the Charleston League. Charleston has the opportunity to have an entire month with 3 opportunities because they have a meeting every 2 weeks. That gives a much shorter time for the citizens to be able to listen. Our meetings are once a month. We have a full month. If you're not interested in something during a full month, why do you think you could be interested in 2 weeks? The point is that the extension of having 3 readings doesn't do any better than what they have in Charleston because the third reading has to be done at the end of the month after having the third meeting. Also, on the third reading, you have to have a majority of council to allow you to even introduce something, not like we do with our second reading. I just don't think the extension into 3 readings does any better. And that's my position. And of all the council members, I'm the only one that's had to sit in 3 readings every 2 weeks to have the opportunity to do something with an ordinance. We have a much better opportunity for understanding and learning after a full month than you do with only 2 weeks. And like I said, the third reading, you could only make amendments with a majority of council agreeing to it. That's my position on it.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chapman. I have, the mayor reached out to me this morning when he asked me to chair the meeting, and he wanted to have a statement about his thoughts on this item. One of the things that he felt was that if we were going to have 3 readings at council meetings, he thinks that there should be 3 readings in committee before sending anything to full council. He said council members need to experience the same delay our citizens will if every ordinance affecting their property or plans requires 3 readings. We can't have shortcuts for council that our citizens don't have. I'm not opposed to 3 readings, but we can't have a citizen class and a government class that is exempt from our own processes. So that is the statement from the mayor. As for my thoughts on this, initially my thought was, does it make a difference? Is this a a solution in search of a problem? What does it help? And I think transparency is always great, but we have lots of transparency on our council. I feel like it took us 2 years to pass a noise ordinance. And anytime there were amendments that came up, it kept getting sent back to committee, and the second reading kept getting, or first, the reading kept getting pushed off. And so we take a lot of time in order to massage a bill, or an ordinance, to make it what we want it to be before it comes to council for first reading. I guess my question, and I think this is something that full council can discuss, is if we make amendments on second reading and then we're not allowed to make amendments on third reading, what does the 30 days gather? Because if we make these amendments on second reading, but we're not allowed to make amendments on third reading, and the citizens have problems with these amendments, where's the opportunity? We may hear those, but where's the opportunity to send it to go back to committee? But we would have to do that at second reading. I think just the logistical aspect of it, and the pace of government is slow as it is. Do we want to make it even more slow? And the difference in Charleston meeting every 2 weeks, do we want to meet every 2 weeks if we were going to move to this to be equivalent to what they're doing? And I don't know that is something that this council would want to do. We've also taken steps to create more transparency with the posting to social media of so many things out there. Links and agendas and information for the public. And I think sometimes things are out there, but people don't seek it out, that information, until it impacts them directly. And then the word gets out like even further. And I don't know how much more we as a council can do to really put it out there of what's going on, other than like these posts to social media. I'm interested to continue the discussion. We've been doing it this way for a very long time. I don't know that the fix is going to generate the outcomes that we think it's going to generate. I disagree with the mayor's point of putting three readings at committee. I don't think that makes any sense. That would delay things even further. There's some things that are time sensitive, and there's some things that are not. And I think that giving this council the opportunity for flexibility to move forward with something, rather than impose a delay, given our structure of monthly meetings, I'm not sure if that's going to generate the outcomes that we want. So that's kind of where I feel on it. Mr. Chapman, do you have anything further to add?
The only thing I want to add is Patriots Annex is a perfect example of why we don't have to have 3 readings to be able to look at a specific issue. I believe today is at least the 3rd month that we have discussed Patriots Annex at a committee meeting. And the reason that is because council had suggestions to send it back for the committee to look at. And we've done that. And that's a perfect example of the fact that while we don't have a specific 3rd reading, we've had 3 months worth of opportunities to look at something that is very important to our citizens. So while we don't have theoretically a 3rd reading requirement, we've had more than that opportunity for discussion on a critical item. And you already mentioned the noise ordinance that I have participated in. The same thing, over a year's worth of discussion without having a 3rd reading, but certainly doing a lot more than we would have done, meeting every 2 weeks, trying to stop the fact that we're meeting so often, which also is a problem to our citizens, because if they're interested, they got to come every 2 weeks as well. So I think what we have is the best version of giving the transparency and the importance of thoroughly discussing issues.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. All right, I think nothing further on this one.
No, ma'am.
All right, item B is complete, and then the last thing on our agenda is to adjourn. I don't think there's anything further to come before us. Thank you so much. All right, I think my next meeting's at noon.
Next item is approval of minutes from our February 3rd meeting.
Move
Do
to
we have a
approve.
motion?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Next item is public comment. If we have anybody here to address the committee, we just need a name and address in 2.5 minutes. Hello.
My name is Haley Holsworth, and my address is 1323 Lake Mallard Boulevard. I'm here to share my experience with impact fees as a small business owner. Last year, I purchased 861 Coleman, a building originally built in 1955. Over the years, it has been a seafood market, a retail store. Half Moon Outfitters was once there, and for the last 24 years, a mortgage office. Before moving in, I contacted the business license department to ask about the process of relocating my retail store that I had had for the past 7 years. They told me I simply needed to change my address, so I followed their instructions, moved my business, and waited for the updated license. After not hearing back, I stopped by town hall to pick it up, only to be told they couldn't issue my license because my 80-year-old building had never had a certificate of occupancy. I was shocked and immediately applied for one and was told it would take at least 3 weeks. Then a week later, I was informed that before I could get my CO, I had to simply pay a $24,000 impact fee. I was ready to open, but suddenly I couldn't move forward unless I paid this exorbitant fee that I didn't have the funds readily available for. I was told impact fees are based on whether the new use generates more traffic than the previous use. But this building had been used for retail before, and after I provided traffic data, it was determined that I owed nothing. The entire process was stressful. Every day I was closed during my peak shopping season, I was losing money. And honestly, it left a bad taste in my mouth about doing business in Mount Pleasant. I grew up here and I love this town, but this experience made me feel like small businesses aren't welcome. An 80-year-old building that has housed businesses for decades should not be treated the same as a brand new development. These impact fees create unnecessary barriers for small business owners trying to invest in our community. I urge the council to take a closer look at how these fees are implemented and improve the business license application process to ensure no one else has to go through what I did. Thank you.
Thank you. This is what I thought he was giving me. I gotta go back to my email.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Adam Ferreira at 1660 Rivertown Country Club Drive in Rivertown. I know I only have 2.5 minutes, and this is an interactive process, but I do want to speak to my experience regarding permitting timelines with respect to new construction or large additions. Talked about this several times with several folks on council. Matt sitting to the right of me, and I believe every step that needs to happen for permitting is important, right? So we're not trying to bypass steps here, but what is important is to understand that the timelines to get these done are just too exorbitant. Impact fees also come from new businesses as well. So while I don't necessarily have a direct issue with impact fees, I think as a side note that the scale of some of the larger impact fees for new drive-through restaurants is an example, which can be up to $75 a square foot, which is about 1/4 of the cost of a new building, of just the vertical aspect of the building, is pretty hefty for the small business owner to have to pay. So coming up with a timeline for them to pay that might be something worth looking into that's reasonable and fair to the town, and also reasonable and fair to the business owner. But the timeline for permitting is, and I'll go in cycles. A cycle equals a month for the folks out here in the audience. 2 months. These are all at best, by the way. 2 cycles of DRB. DRT. 2 cycles of DRB. 2 cycles of DRT final, which is the civil drawings. 4 cycles of OCRM and coastal zoning, which has to do with government regulatory bodies with the Corps. And then we've got the new LID techniques, which adds 2 more cycles. Plus we've got the plans review. So at best, that's 14 months. And there's about 4 to 6 months of planning for that takes place. So these business owners are excited. Their banks are hanging on their every word. We've got economic pressures with interest rates that can affect the timelines of these as well, which people can't hold interest rates for up to 2 years. So that makes the business potentially disappear. So I think there's opportunities that the town is missing to work with these folks on the timelines of these, which is very important. The other part that I want to mention as well is that, and to give credit to OCRM and the DRT, those kind of work hand in hand, so some of that time can overlap. But the new LID techniques, which is the biggest issue in my opinion, it's the newest issue, and that's still more of a brand new thing. My project for Tapio Dance Studio by Germain Dermatology was one of the first few that came across the board. And we had to give paint colors before we could get a land disturbance permit to give like the environmental efficiency of the paint, if you want to call it that. That could have held up the building permit, which is perfectly fine, not the land disturbance side. So just think about that for a minute. My company sat there, waited for 4 months to break ground on a project. I paid my staff $60,000 to not be working on that project that affected my business. Luckily, we have a viable business. We could afford that, but there are other companies that can't do that. So just consider all of that when you're considering the timelines of these things. I think we can advance that. I think public-private partnerships need to be set up, maybe a committee of some sort to talk about it and just come up with some ideas. We know we need to get everything right on the permitting side, but we just need the timeliness of it to be a little bit more efficient. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Okay. We'll close public comment and on to item 4, which is continued discussion regarding the Economic Development Strategic Plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You guys have seen all of this stuff before, but we're going to dig into it a little bit. As a reminder, I got here and inherited a plan that you guys passed unanimously about 3 or 4 years ago, and we've crossed off most of that. So these are the way I see it as we could go over the next 2 to 3 years from an economic development effort. And we have a long agenda. I'll go pretty expeditiously through this, but stop me with any questions. And the ultimate goal is for you guys to, is this the direction you want to go? And then we're going to talk about the budget and how we can execute that. So start off with one of 7 goals is supporting small business. So we just had 2 small business owners come and talk. One of the things I think we could do is formalize the agreement with Low Country Local First with their local ambassador partnership program. We would be probably the first municipality to do that. I'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slide, but that will allow us to essentially, it's almost like hiring a part-time person for a small fraction of the cost to support small businesses through events and marketing and other outreach programs. I also think we can continue to leverage our partnership with the Mount Pleasant Chamber of Commerce through events and networking and hosting local business roundtables. They've got a great new space right now, really close to Town Hall. If you haven't stopped by there, you should. But I think we could do that to listen to business owners just like you heard today and take it back and recommend policy changes either at like the ordinance level or maybe just internally to make it better to do business here in town. And digging into the LLF Ambassadors Program, and just so you know, Jordan Amaker, who is the, I think, executive or assistant director of LLF, she's in the audience today, so if you have questions about it. But this is what we would get for that program. We would get exclusive branding on all of their advocacy programs and campaigns. They do a lot of work at seasonal campaigns throughout the year. Do Good, Eat Local, Invest Local, things like that, programs that they'll be out helping us spread that word to our businesses and getting our businesses in front of a broader audience. They would host a townwide business event, which would be fabulous. They would help me execute something that I think would be a great event for our small businesses and for you all to get to know those businesses. They're working on a developer scorecard right now, so we would have the ability to influence that sort of instrument and also meet some of the site selection principles. And by that, I mean businesses who are interested in maybe opening a second or third store or location in Mount Pleasant that are members of LLF that I can have direct access to. Elected official visibility. That means you guys will be invited to these things. You'll get to meet these business owners and engage with people who have invested in the community, and then discounted memberships for local businesses here in town. So that's that program. I know not everyone is familiar with Low Country Local First, so I wanted to spell that out a little bit. The next goal that I spell out here is to leverage the Mount Pleasant Made brand. I think we've been successful so far with it. I think we can continue to enhance our SEO, social media, and content marketing strategies by working with the marketing firm that we've contracted with, which is Trio Marketing, to get our message out there to both internal customers, meaning businesses that are located here, but also external decision makers who may be looking to locate their business here as well. And then I think we can evaluate hiring a lead generation firm or partnering with some of the groups already in town, like CRDA, to really go out there and meet with our target clusters, life science and tech primarily, and help tell our story to decision makers from an international version and also domestically about why you should think about Mount Pleasant for your next location. Cultivating an entrepreneurial ecosystem is, in my opinion, one of the best ways to get bigger businesses to basically they'll be homegrown here, and if we get in early, they'll stay here. So I think we can identify these high growth businesses through targeted research. I'd like to work with a group called the National Center for Economic Gardening to launch a pilot here where we would target 5 businesses at probably $2 to $10 million in revenue that already exist here in Mount Pleasant, and work with them to help them get to the next level. So sort of like an accelerator, but what we would do is leverage all the data and knowledge of this effort that's been successful throughout the country. And I think that will help our entrepreneurs that are in the Harbor Entrepreneur Center or anywhere else in town as we seek to identify those. And I think we can continue to enhance our web presence for small businesses, make it an even more robust small business hub for these folks, especially maybe working cross-departmentally to figure out, okay, what's the easiest way to help people understand what they have to do to get open, right? As opposed to taking 24 months of lead time or even 6 months if that's not necessary. The new one here, you guys, we talked about it a little bit. Our comp plan and zoning ordinance calls out, and the executive strategy for economic development calls out several spots in town that we are looking to concentrate on from an economic development and redevelopment standpoint. I think something we could do is use these zones we've called out and then do market research on them to develop something like a prospectus. So we could work with both the property owners that are there already, but also shop these properties, probably one at a time, to investment partners who may want to help us achieve what we're trying to accomplish, delivering Class A office space, mixed use where appropriate, and to remind y'all of where these places are. There's 4 economic development zones: Patriots Point, Long Point, Johnny Dodds, and Carolina Park. So those are the ones that we've sort of been concentrating on. But in the comp plan, we also call out 2 redevelopment hubs. One is right across the street from here, behind the Ayers Teeter. It's our gateway to town. And then there's one up at the interstate. So my thought would be really dig into what do these properties want to be when they grow up, when they redevelop, when someone comes to look at how they can invest in town. maybe we're already ahead of the game and we are able to talk to the appropriate investment partners to deliver those. This one's something that we're going to do anyway, but just strengthen strategic partnerships with maybe expanding what we do and contribute with CRDA, so that as they continue to evolve they just announced their new strategic plan, and it's going to focus more on tech, life science, innovation, the knowledge economy, as they think about where they're going to take their next mission trip or where they're going to try to generate leads. We just dig into that and become just a partner to amplify what they're doing and vice versa. So we also can look at doing joint marketing and outreach efforts with the great institutions we already have in town, like the College of Charleston, Citadel, Trident Tech. That's a workforce development thing in a lot of ways. Once these students leave some of these schools, we want to keep them here in the Charleston region. So that's an opportunity for us as well. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention, we need to decide what our long-term commitment to the Harbor Entrepreneur Center is going to be from a financial support standpoint. I mentioned this briefly at the retreat. One of the problems that we have in Charleston when it comes to attracting life sciences is a lack of wet lab space. And when I say wet lab, just think about your high school chemistry lab. That's pretty much what we're talking about. And real life examples have happened where people who would like to be in Mount Pleasant have come to me, but I've had to just assist them to go into South Carolina Research Authority owned space because we simply don't have space here in town for wet lab. So I'd like to look at, the sites that we already own, the town throughout the community, and evaluate building our own. So say 2,000 square feet. And we build it. We partner with someone who has expertise in running lab space like SC Bio or SCRA, or maybe even the medical university. But when these folks are looking for a small space, 200 square feet, we can still demise that up, and we can get several companies in there that we give to them for favorable terms, both on the lease cost and the lease length. Most of these places don't want to sign a 2 or 5 year lease. They want to be in there for 6 to 18 months to see if they can test the market. So that's something I'd like to dig into.
Yeah, sure.
It's a lot of information for me at once.
I know it is. I know.
If you have any idea how my brain works, this is overload. So I've been trying to save my questions, but I can't handle any more. So, all right, what I'm trying to understand is, first of all, I appreciate the Harbor Entrepreneur Center, and I think they've done great work. I don't like. I'm a fan of a commitment to the idea, and not necessarily a commitment to, let's say, the brand, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Harbor Entrepreneur Center does great work. They could keep going. But I believe that if we are going to create a budget, that the budget is created for an incubator and not necessarily tagging a name to that incubator. And that could be out to a bid, if that makes sense. And they could keep winning the bid if they keep winning the bid, right? And then my question becomes, with the Harbor Entrepreneur Center, and instead of us either leasing our own space or building our own space, could that not be? So if we say, listen, we are going to, in the town of Mount Pleasant, we're going to, we want to help fund incubators, because we believe that by creating great jobs in the town of Mount Pleasant, we also have to give them office space to do that. And you have things like Town Center that wants to create office space. And if we have enough office space, this doesn't just end at incubator. You have to follow it all the way through the life cycle. Because if we fund an incubator and we don't have office space or anything for them, then they just go to North Charleston. Thank you for taking our seed money and then taking off with it, right? So we don't want that. But can we not create that wet lab space as part of that? Is that not one and the same? The incubator part? Are we considering? I apologize if I use the word incubator for Harbor Entrepreneur Center, but would you agree with that?
In a way, it is. It is an incubator. So yes, they could be in a shared space. It would take significant upfits to create a wet lab in an office space, but it's totally doable. It's a finance.
And then the question also goes to planning when you're doing something like town center and they're talking about office space. Can we, and I know we have Michelle here, so I'd like to put her on the spot, or even Eric, can you not say that our goal in the town of Mount Pleasant is to create this wet lab space, and what are you going to do with your office space to help us do that? Is that a possibility as well, that we're,
And please
make me sound a little better, please, real quick, Eric.
Yeah, I know. And please keep in mind, while you haven't finalized the capital plan for next year, but you reviewed it, made comments on it, the wet lab space is in there as a project. So you're already putting it out there publicly that this is an interest of the town.
Do you feel that's something we have to pay for? Do you feel that if we promote it within our zoning or whatever, or our discussions, I use town center just because they were talking about office space in the center of town and a freeway drops at them, the whole deal. How do you encourage it there without any funding from the citizens?
Well, and I don't want to take Matt's time, but especially when it comes to any planned development, I mean, you do have the ability to negotiate things that you'd like to see in exchange possibly for something else. So there's plenty of opportunity, and I would encourage, if this is something you'd like to pursue, when that comes back around at that particular location or another, bring it up.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay.
And this is the highest dollar. And this is not even, we're going to talk about my budget in a moment, but this is not in there. If you were to straight up build this, I had a GC give me a rough order of magnitude. You're looking at $2.5 million. So it's a big ticket capital item. I like the idea of partnering with a private entity and helping them out. That is occurring right now in Greenville. And it's totally doable and still achieves the same thing. And then finally, this is a new one for Mount Pleasant. Just the idea of enhancing the retail landscape. We have fabulous demographics here in Mount Pleasant for retail. I think Bell Harbor, if you haven't been out there, it's waterfront, Patriots Point area, right in front of the hotel and the office space. That's a testament to what kind of retail we can attract. And again, these are ideas. These are just some things that I've thrown out there, but we could find the gap and then go and talk to these retailers and work with property owners to get them into the retail spaces that we have. So I'm talking about higher end things that maybe don't exist right now in Mount Pleasant, but probably could be sustained because of kind of our market demographics. And so they would be a benefit to both our citizens that already live here, but also visitors, much the way some of these brands on King Street survive. So just that's a thought. And with that is sort of what I put together as my thoughts for strategy over the next 2 to 3 years. And I think the idea, Mr. DeMore can kind of correct me if I'm wrong, but it's for you all to kind of say, yeah, that sounds good, or we don't want to do X, Y, Z, so don't concentrate on that.
Madam Chair, if I may, before you leave this topic of the strategic plan, and I've been through it, Matt and I have worked together on it. I think it's important to go back through it one more time and add in as an action item, continue review and study as to the approval process in the town. And we heard speakers a moment ago, and those types of slowdowns should not be occurring here. And we can't control what other levels of government are doing with their permit timelines, but there's a lot we can control and it should end up in the strategic plan. And so with your permission, we'd like to go back through it. You may want to approve it, be fine with it, but we want to go back through it and make sure there's adequate mention of that.
Okay. We don't need a motion, or
I assume you'd be comfortable with that, and if you are, we'll
yeah, I think so.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Rambo, you have?
Yeah, I just have some overall thoughts. And I may be the minority on council in these thoughts, and that's okay. And I appreciate all of these ideas. I just have a strict belief that government handles government roles and responsibilities, and private business handles private business roles and responsibilities. And I don't think it's the job of government to try to create new business or anything like that. What is our job is to ensure that we are not barriers to new business. And I know we're about to talk about impact fees, the redevelopment impact fees, the timelines for approval, which is probably the biggest, most frequent complaint I hear from constituents is the permitting approval timeline. So I think it is our role and responsibility to not be a barrier to new business. But as far as spending taxpayer dollars on a facility or something like that, a wet lab that would attract new businesses, I think we're stepping outside of what our role is as a government entity. And so again, I may be in the minority, I don't know, but I'm just not a fan of that. However, I am a fan of promoting Mount Pleasant, what we bring, partnering with Low Country, Local First, and organizations like that. I think that is moving in the right direction. As far as spending money building facility or even supplementing certain facilities, I think it creates like a weird thing where businesses are opening in Mount Pleasant every day and they're not getting any sort of special treatment or funds to help with that. And so anyway, I believe in treating everybody equally, and then government sticking to its roles. So
Okay. Did you want to say anything else?
you can argue with me.
I'm not. I said we need to incentivize and let them go into. I mean, like I said, like the town center thing. Like, hey, no problem. You can. I mean, it's called negotiating. We did Patriots Point one at town council the other day. It was great. I love public negotiation. So, I believe I agree with you, Jake. That but we need to get rid of the barriers, and we need to make sure that we're seeing this all the way. We can't compartmentalize everything in the town. You're talking about, we're giving away ATAC dollars to put heads in beds, but then, maybe we're not giving, we don't have field space available for a tournament or something like that. And our tournament's part of economic development. We've got TJ here, maybe we don't want to be Myrtle Beach tournaments, and I'm from Ohio, everybody going from Ohio to Myrtle Beach for the tournaments, but we do want to be a little higher end tournaments. I've been part of clubs that Tiger Woods is flying in and staying in Mount Pleasant to spend money, and that's going to be real money being spent, right? High dollar money. So how does tournaments relate to economic development? Put heads in beds on the off weekends, which is what ATAC does. How do we make sure that I've heard a lot of feedback, and maybe we need to open it up in economic development. We're always, Jake, you bring up a good point. We're always talking about what we could do at the starting line, but what are we doing? What are we doing in the middle? Where are we giving the opportunity for people to come in and speak about how slow our permitting process is and what the holdback is? Because that's economic development, right? I mean, so those are excellent points. And I would think that I do think we need to have like a real dollar figure. Do you have a dollar figure for economic development besides your salary a little bit?
We have the budgets next on the discussion.
Yeah, I mean, you got to have the real dollar amount. So, and how do we incorporate TJ into the mix? How do we incorporate the rec department into the mix to help fill those weekends in which we can promote? So, thank you.
Okay. I just appreciate all this. Like Mr. Acafano said, this is a lot, and it's encouraging. So anything we can do that doesn't cost the taxpayers, working with, the chamber, Low Country, Local First, anything we could do, that's a no-brainer. So we appreciate your efforts in getting all that together. But I like the idea of workforce development too. We've had conversations about that before, working with Trident Tech, and there are things like even truck drivers or things we could go out to the high school. Not everybody needs to go to college, but in some way maybe the town could work with the schools and work with with tech or the colleges to encourage kids to get into businesses that we need. Then they could stay here and work and help drive our economy. So I think you've come up with some great ideas. I don't know what our next steps are other than encouraging you, but to move forward with these ideas. But I guess the budget would be the next topic for consideration when it comes to all this.
Well, let's jump into it.
Yeah.
So as y'all know, there is no economic development department. I'm rolled into the executive office, and so the budget that you guys are going to see is essentially, it's largely the same as it has been, but we've just sort of targeted the dollars that have been set aside in a little more strategic ways to support marketing, support small business, and hopefully be an effective use of taxpayer dollars to kind of drive business growth in Mount Pleasant. So to start with, social media and marketing, it's a set aside of $30,000. That will include working with the firm that we have hired or whatever we may hire to start with. And we've also started something called the Hospitality Alliance with the Mount Pleasant Chamber, so we can leverage some of those dollars to kind of promote that sector. Digital infrastructure and economic development platforms is basically just my fancy way of saying software that I need to buy to know what's going on in town. So we've got a market segmentation software called AlphaMap that lets me know how many people go where and helps with traffic counts that are probably more accurate than what DOT produces, and CoStar and LoopNet, which are softwares that help me understand where the market is on office and commercial space, and also has a website or a kind of a sub website on mountpleasantmade.com that shows available commercial space in town. So if people were to visit us, they can see that as well. Mr. Icofano, to your point, we do have, this is a new sort of standing line item, $100,000 for entrepreneurial initiative funding. So that is not designated to go directly to anybody right now, right? Like we would have to, like you said, maybe have someone compete or find a good reason to give that money out. But that's what has been given over the last 2 years. And we put that in there as a new standalone line this year. So that is new. Small business support, $8,500 just for industry events, things like that. Marketing materials just to support small businesses as needed, sort of an ad hoc fund. Since I've been here, there's been a line in the contractual piece of the budget for $30,000 for support of the strategic plan. And so that one is not directly called out, but it could be critical for hiring the right kind of consulting firm or any kind of initiative that may come up as we try to advance what's in the economic development strategy. Kind of wanted to call out some membership level changes. We talked a little bit about it as I went through the strategy. First is the Low Country Local First Ambassadors Program. Again, that's $15,000 for a whole list of services and events that we would get through that group. And then an increase in the CRDA level of participation that would allow us to participate in mission trips and kind of have more of a driving influence on what they do. And I want to be kind of clear. I moved some money around. So we did adjust our membership contribution to the Charleston Metro Chamber. We're still big members in there to the tune of, I think, $10,000. But that's not called out in here. But I wanted to mention that to y'all in case anyone else mentions it to y'all after we go through the budget process. So overall, here's the budget totals. I did include the $100,000 here for the entrepreneurial initiative. So overall, we're just under 250 with all the things that I spelled out. Just so you know, similar municipalities spend more than we do on economic development, and this is in my opinion, not to editorialize too much, relatively modest use of taxpayer funds to support business growth in Mount Pleasant. So that's what I have for y'all in terms of budget.
Anyone have? Oh, Mr. Akamawa? Okay.
So on the Entrepreneur Center, the entrepreneurial, can't believe you did that to me. Thank you. Initiative funding. What are we? Are we tying Towanda, Lucy Beckham, Trident Tech, all in the town of Mount Pleasant? Right. I mean, maybe these are some suggestions. Right. Like, are we tying to our next entrepreneurs that are coming up, especially since they're in the town? And my biggest question, and will continue to be my question, if we're spending $100,000 on this, we have to give the opportunity for them to stay in town. And it lowers traffic. It allows those to work, live, and play in the town of Mount Pleasant, develop their businesses here. That needs to be part of the data that comes back to us, that they're not taking off with their businesses somewhere else.
I totally agree. I think that's kind of, if you think of this all weaving together, the idea that we would look for the right investment partners to rebuild our redevelopment sites. And so when we bring them in, the idea would be to build Class A office space so that we have somewhere to put these people. Mount Pleasant has like a 6% vacancy rate right now. So that means it might as well be zero. We don't have any kind of trophy office space for anybody.
What is the average? There's a healthy number to be
probably like 15 to 12%.
Is the healthy number for office space to be empty.
We're a very desirable place to be, but there's not enough office space at all. And I think if you were to talk to, and that's a problem that not everywhere in the country's having, right? Like the Northeast still is not fully back to office, but Mount Pleasant and the Charleston region could absorb a lot more, in my opinion, Class A office space for these kind of companies that everybody in the economic development field is trying to cultivate.
Right. The public has to understand that, right? 6% means that landlords can raise the rent up to astronomical amounts. It's the same thing with retail. Well, I see empty retail all over the place. It's like, if you're not, there's a healthy number to be at for vacancies to make sure that the landlords aren't holding all the cards and charging astronomical amounts, right?
There's a deal that got struck about a month ago at $49 a square foot for office space.
$49 a square foot, plus triple net, I'm assuming. That was with or
full service?
Was that full service or plus triple net? Do you know?
Plus it is
plus
triple
cam.
net.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a triple net?
Plus triple net. So 65 a square foot, basically, somewhere around there.
And it's a supply and demand issue.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Do you have anything, Mr. Rambo?
Yeah, I guess I still kind of go back to my last point in that if spending a lot of money to try to get businesses here when there's not even the space to put them, is that the right avenue or the right path? I don't know. It's kind of a lot to adjust. I do not support, I could say right now, I definitely do not support $100,000 for an entrepreneurial initiative. Again, businesses open in Mount Pleasant all the time. We don't need to cherry pick and help some and not help others. And then the others, I just need some more time to think about.
Oh, Mr. Akfano, you ready to rebut?
Well, I'm not going to rebut. I guess we have to understand, I'm a caterer, is what I do. I'm at the end of the line. I mean, I'm not making waves. I'm at the end of the line. Restaurants are at the end of the line, right? What you're talking about with the Entrepreneur Center is the creation. Boeing was a creator of jobs. Volvo is a creator of jobs. Then come the support, then come the retail, then come the restaurants. So sometimes if we look at ourselves like, yes, I started my company with $96 to my name, so $100,000 is a lot of money, but I'm end of the line. I wouldn't be passing this for me, by the way, just full disclosure, but these are the jobs that this is for people that are innovating, creating things. We're not training. This is not culinary school, right? That we're training cooks that are, I mean, right? This is the innovators that create the beginning of which all economies then grow, right? And then the jewelry stores get business, then the restaurants, then the tire store, oil changes, all that stuff. Go ahead. Sorry.
Philosophically, that I mean, economic development is about wealth generation through jobs, and the idea would be this investment to generate. If we get one company out of there that's $1 billion revenue company, it's probably worth it, and that means that our economy is diversified and not all based on hospitality and tourism, and hopefully everybody's children can find jobs back here in Charleston when they go off and then want to grow up. So that's kind of the philosophical point of it.
Yeah, I would just say, as a town, we've been trying to get away from all the residential development and have more commercial development. And I feel like if that's the attitude we're going to take, we need to support economic development. I think that's the direction we want the town to go in. And so I support doing what we can and within reason to bring businesses here. I know so many times plans come to us sitting on planning committee, and the developer always wants to have that option to develop residential because that's a sure thing for the area. But if we're positive and seen as a community that supports business, I feel like maybe they'll start building office instead and get us in a direction we'd rather be in. So I'm all for supporting what we can.
Do we need a vote on this, Eric? I mean, you guys will see the budget again as, you know, the full budget committee and all of that. This is slightly out of sequence, but this kind of cobbles together where all the economic development lines are tucked away. Just put it in front of you. So I don't know that you need a vote.
It's not ready, and you haven't seen the line items yet. And
Right.
just an introduction.
Yeah. I mean, the data's got to come back to us, and the data's got to prove that we spent the people's money for a purpose. You've lowered traffic. You've created and incentivized for jobs, good paying jobs to be created, and that you have incentivized high taxes to be brought in so that our citizens keep their taxes low. That's the goal, right? That's the goal.
Mm-hmm.
That's the goal. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Okay, we'll move on. Impact fee discussion.
So, as a background, you all received a memo a while back, but I know all of you have gotten comments like Mr. Ferreira gave a little bit. So, the purpose is to evaluate the adjustment to impact fees for change of use is kind of what we're looking at, triggered by inquiries to you guys. We want to foster redevelopment and economic activity, ensuring steady funding for public services that everyone depends on. The current fee basis is calculated on increased demand for public facilities, parks, fire, transportation, and the focus, my understanding, is to balance fiscal responsibility with appropriate growth incentives. So these are the 4 options that staff basically came up with. Number 1 is keep it the same as it is. The pro of that is equitable, steady revenue for services. And the cons, you guys have heard them, right? It may limit high impact redevelopment, and smaller projects could be disproportionately affected. Number 2 is the other, extreme, is completely eliminate change of use fees. The pro is it would streamline a lot, and it would encourage adaptive reuse. And as you kind of drive around our highway commercial corridors, that's probably something we want to think about. But that reduces the funding for infrastructure, and it shifts financial burden to all new construction. And how much space do we have for new construction in Mount Pleasant right now? The third option is reduction of the fees, basically just turning the dial a little bit. That would offer some financial relief, but it may not fully address all the changes. And we could, again, have potential revenue shortfalls. And then option 4 is sort of a targeted specific land use policy, something that aligns with what you all deem as the town's priorities for economic development or amenities or whatever you kind of decide is a public purpose. It makes it more complex to decide what's what. And it also will require legal review on that. So the next steps, and this is, we're here for a discussion, but is to gather input from y'all on what you'd like to see. And this is going to be talked about at Finance Committee as well. So get a lot of opinions about that. And then we probably need to vet option 4, which is that specific land use policy kind of thing, to see if it's even legal from like an equal protection standpoint. And then look at what this would cost us if we were to make these adjustments, do a real thorough analysis of kind of the direction y'all want to go.
Mr. Aquilano.
Can I put Haley on the spot? Haley, are you still? Can I put you on the spot? Yeah. Would that be okay? Would you mind stepping up for a minute? So Haley, you live in the town of Mount Pleasant.
I do.
And you have family in the town of I don't know if you have kids or not.
Yeah.
And then so the staff you were going to be charged $24,000, but staff was able to lower that or to get rid of that $24,000?
Yeah, they were able to eliminate it.
And without that $24,000, you're not in business? Or it'd be tough? Tell me how,
I had just bought a building.
Oh, so you bought the building?
Yeah.
You're 6%er, thank you.
I started this business when I was in high school at Wando. So I left Charleston, came back here, bought this building, and literally like a dream come true and ready to open. And I felt like there wasn't adequate information about what I needed to do to move my business into the new building. Like, I did so much research trying to make sure that I'm checking all the boxes, following all the protocols. And I like looked at impact fees, but like no one told me about an impact fee.
So you repurposed the building. I mean, your story is what the town is. I mean, when we say town of Mount Pleasant, that's the entire point, right?
Yeah. And what
born and
also,
raised.
Another thing that happened is that my building, the impact fee was being calculated by the wrong square footage. Mm-hmm. It was even bigger than my building was. I was changing it essentially from office to retail, but I only changed the building 1,700 square feet. 1,100 is still office and only 600 is retail. And so in the back is where we're making jewelry and doing all the business things. So I essentially redeveloped 700 square feet to retail.
So, so you're talking more change of use. I think it's more along the line. Is that what option 4 is more no?
No, that's targeting.
That's targeting. Okay. Well, thank you for bringing your story today. Thank you for staff for making sure that she was able to open. Thank you, Haley. I mean, that's what makes a town, right? Her story. Thank you.
Did you have anything, Mr. Rambo? Oh, I didn't know if you were trying to.
Oh no, I don't.
Okay.
Are you done? Sorry. So I've always had a mixed feelings about impact fees ever since we came on, and I even tried to get them reduced several years back because of a couple of different things. One, I feel like the high cost of our impact fees prohibit more small businesses from developing and opening, but what they don't prohibit is big box retail stores, Fortune 500 companies, and so I feel like they kind of lead to a character reduction of our businesses. And then for the second thing is we want to encourage more redevelopment and not as much brand new development. And so out of these options, and I don't know about eliminating change of use fees altogether or how that works, but having some sort of discount for change of use, because there are small changes of use that can create large bills. Essentially, I mean, you could have an office, a general office, and then you're gonna turn it into a medical office, and that generates more traffic, and so that's a large amount for a change of use, and so I'm interested in exploring this more. Targeting specific land uses, I think, would be awesome. I don't know the legal side of it. It seems like that would be tough legally. I don't know, but I'm certainly in favor of us exploring this further.
I agree with Mr. Rambo as far as option 2 and 4 being things that we should probably look into. Discounting a change of use, really looking at the true impact. And option 4, we do want to target and get businesses that we want here, but can we legally do that? And another thing is it possible to structure it where they can pay over time? Maybe small businesses, but I don't know, they could go out of business 6 months after they open. So I don't know how that would work either. So the legalities of seeing if that's a possibility, then it's more affordable to actually start up something. And the idea of working on timelines for getting things approved. I mean, if they're going to save money in that regard, just losing money with time, maybe then our fees will be more affordable. So that's the least we can do, is get them in there as quickly as possible, and might have a better balance. So, I'm interested in looking into those things. Anything else?
That's an excellent point.
Okay.
So when you talk about targeting specific land use, when I pull up our economic development zones here on my phone, is that what you're saying to target? Is that what you're specific? Does that make it legal?
It would be up to y'all what kind of uses we'd want to target. Like, for instance, a daycare, right? That would that change of use from office to daycare is expensive.
We probably didn't ask you the most important question, so I apologize. What are you seeing happening in the town of Mount Pleasant? What businesses are we losing due to our impact fees?
Well, I know that we did lose a daycare.
Okay.
Due to impact fees. I hear a lot anecdotally from brokers that say we'll never know which deals don't ever make it to my inbox with an angry email, right? Because it's the path of least resistance going to be going across the river.
We get those emails, but those come to us.
Our neighbors don't have impact fees, and their demographics are very similar. So a business that can survive and thrive in Mount Pleasant could also survive and thrive in West Ashley. So those are sort of the things I hear anecdotally. We've never done like a survey or a comprehensive study about
We're
that.
the only one with impact fees?
North Charleston does not have it, and the city of Charleston does not have impact fees.
0.
It's my understanding that 0.
I thought the city of Charleston started them recently. Am I wrong? They don't have them?
Sure.
City of Charleston doesn't have them?
I like 2 and 4 as well, and I like. Thank you for adding the permitting process and the speed at which we do business. So whatever we can do with that. I don't know if we need a vote or.
I think we're at the very beginning
Yeah.
of this conversation.
Yeah.
So I think we've given some good feedback to staff and maybe bring it back next month.
Yes, sir. And Madam Chair, we can take it from here. Thank you for the guidance. 2 items that also helpful to consider is we are not the only entity in Mount Pleasant that charges impact fees. And in fact, of the 2 entities, we charge the least. So the nexus between losing projects because of our impact fees, it's really the collection of impact fees that I think lead to.
Oh, you're talking
losing
about
a project.
Mount Pleasant Waterworks.
I am, sir. The other item is, so if there was going to be some option, some reduction, it would be nice to go in together with Mount Pleasant Waterworks, and that way a potential business owner would see a real difference positively. And secondly, we generate just under 2 million in impact fees. All of those proceeds pay off GO bonds. So we'd have to really understand, and we'll research exactly how much it pertains to a change of use and some other things, so that eyes are wide open, knowing what the impact would be financially of doing it.
So to me, that's another reason why focusing more, I think, on change of use is better. Because I mean, change of use is really comes mostly down just to the town, because unless you're, installing, you'd have to really wreck the whole building if you're going to install a bunch more water and sewer systems. And so you've already got fees that have already been paid into those systems. It's really just a change of use for traffic. It's really a big one.
Right. So what's our goal? Our goal is to make sure that we don't have empty storefronts, right? And our goal is to help wonderful citizens like Haley to thrive in the town of Mount Pleasant and be able to live here. I mean, that's the goal.
Yes, and we also have these so that growth pays for growth rather than the taxpayers paying for it. So I think it's important for us to continue doing this, but in whatever ways we can make it better, it's great. Anything else?
No, solid. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Whew, that was great. Next item up is executive session discussion of incentives related to Project Elevate. If we have anybody that wants to go into executive session, committee may take action on any item, including any subsection of any section listed on an executive session agenda or discussed in an executive session during a properly noticed meeting. If anyone
Move
wants
to go to executive session.
move for that. Second.
No.
I'll second.
Just specifying, ma'am, that this is for a contractual matter.
Okay. I'll second.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
No.
Okay, aye. The ayes have it. Okay, we'll go see what it's about. No votes were taken or action? Any, do we, oh, sorry, Mr.
Oh, Matt, we meant to tell you.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Brady. Now, we've returned, and if we don't have any motion from executive coming out of executive session, okay, then we will adjourn. Thank you.
Thank you.
On anybody? No, we're ready to go. All right, we're ready to start our Health Recreation Events Committee for Monday, March 3rd. Next item is approval of minutes from February 3rd. If we have a motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Next item is public comment. If we have anybody here to address the committee, they can come forward. We just need name and address. You have 2.5 minutes. Thank you.
Tom Taylor. I guess I'll just repeat what I said this morning almost, because it felt like it was on deaf ears this morning. I don't know why I was at that committee meeting. But I want to talk about the dog issue again, and that Mount Pleasant is not dog friendly. No matter what you might advertise and put out, whatever, it is not. All we have seen now is harassment by local animal control who like to come over to Edwards Park and harass us 30 or 40 people with dogs and, you know, want us to put them on leash, which of course is a state law and your covenant law here. Not sure why this issue is so hard up after 10 years of nobody doing anything about it, but here we are 2 months into it and everybody's harassing us. So what's the issue? What's the problem that's created? We've got a few people that are in our neighborhood who don't like dogs, and they're calling and complaining, and it seems like the squeaky wheel gets all the oil here, not us. So what can we do to make this issue better is why I'm here. And you can go over to Ion, and they have a nice big park. They have yappy hour. The dogs are running free because that's what dogs do. They're social. and they could throw balls. We can't do that here in Mount Pleasant. Can't throw a stick to your dog in Mount Pleasant. You can't let your dog go get in the marsh water that's all around us here at Mount Pleasant. It's ridiculous. So this committee needs to form some type of policy like Isle of Palms and Sullivan's Island. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John Acfano, 388 Overseer Place. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for putting this on the agenda. I think what's really important today is that we understand that we are a dog community, and what I'm looking more for was the discussion of possibility. How many dog parks should we have? What does a dog park look like? And what is the correct way to build a dog park? I think TJ's got a lot of experience, and our team has a lot of experience with that. When I was looking at numbers, it looks like you need 5 to 6 dog parks per 100,000 residents. I think this is a good starting point to start to look at things. Maybe talk to Mount Pleasant Waterworks or look for different available land within the town to create those easy access dog parks. So when talking about this being on the agenda, and I also think that we may be heading off something with, when Alhambra Hall does open back up, is that going to be a dog park again, or will the people be in here saying that they're being fined? So I think we need to define what a dog park is, where those dog parks go, and ensure that we've got all the right amenities to create a healthy dog park. Because I do think that it's important. If we create density in a town, which there are areas that are dense and don't have a lot of yard space, we're also accountable for creating green space. And within that green space is also dog parks. So to me, it's 5 to 6 dog parks in the town of Mount Pleasant. And we just need to strategically place them around. So thank you for talking about this today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Schnipke. I live at 185 Mossy Oak Way here in Mount Pleasant. I've lived here for over 32 years. I've had a dog the entire time I've been here. I believe that we have enough dog parks as we currently sit. We've got Palmetto Park. We just put in a new dog park at Waterfront Memorial Park. There is a park on Rifle Range Road that's an MPW park, and I think that they also have one at Carolina Park. So we already have a lot of dog parks. We also have a lot of open space that we can take our dogs to walk in. I live near 526, and I know that there's a space at Passive Park over there that's right on the water. Of course, we have Laurel Hill, Palmetto Hill. I do believe that the town has always had a leash law, and I don't know if they're enforcing it more or less now than they have. I think it's important to have a leash law on the books and enforced when necessary, because it protects the safety of the dogs and the people, both as a dog owner and as someone else that I might encounter with a dog that's off leash. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Kaylin Hall. I live at 309 Hibben Street. I've been a resident now for a year in Mount Pleasant. My kind friend sitting right here, we all live in the Old Village area, and we go every day at 4:30 to Edwards Park with our dogs. We have friends there that have been going to that park for 20 plus years, and it's never been an issue. All of the dogs are very friendly. We go for about an hour from 4:30 to 5:30 every day, and it's a social hour for us, for our dogs. Everybody's like vaccinated, friendly. We've not had a personal issue with anyone, and we're open to suggestions. We're open to, like Tom was saying, an hour, 4:30 to 5:30 is off leash dog park time, so similar to like what Sullivan's does with their collars, and that prevents from making sure everybody has their rabies, making sure everybody's following the rules of safety. But it's just upsetting for us because we've been doing this for so long. And for me personally, it's been great as a new resident. I've made friends with these lovely people. So it is important as a community, not just for the dogs. Like for me, to make friends and meet people within the community. So, and then the other thing is we don't really have a space for dogs to within our local area. Alhambra's been shut. Pitt Street Bridge has been shut with, great renovations that are coming, but we have nowhere to go. And frankly, the dog park that's over by Rifle Range is in terrible shape. It's not looked after very well, in our opinion. It's not close to our community. And so we're just looking for a safe way for our dogs to be entertained for an hour. I have a new baby at home, and my dog is like running around like crazy when she can't go for her hour, and wakes my baby up. And so we're just looking for a little area. So it'd be helpful for us. So thank you.
Anyone else? We'll be talking about it.
Well,
It's
coming
item
up on the
5,
agenda.
so you can talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah. No other speakers? Okay. We'll move on to item 4, review and possible action pertaining to recreation sponsorships.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman.
Yes, thank you.
So the idea was brought up, I think, a few weeks ago about possibility of having some corporate sponsorships in recreation, maybe namely kind of naming a facility, if you will. So what I've done today is just put some information together on what our current sponsorship ideas and packages are to kind of give you an idea, and then allow you guys to discuss a little more and decide on any future sponsorship ideas that we'd like to consider. So as you can see, we basically have 3 different types of sponsorships. We have a banner sponsorship, where a company can buy a banner, we'll place it at a desired location, and then they can have the ability to renew that after each year. So most of the sites that are visible for us would be our Cheryl Woods Flowers site, Carolina Park, some of our bigger areas that folks can, a lot of eyes and feet are coming to those areas to kind of see those banners. So that's good for them. We always have our team sponsorships. All of our little youth teams, we try to get sponsorships for all those teams. And as you can see, we kind of have a tiered level so that if those that want to sponsor a multitude of teams, they kind of get a little bit of a discount, a little bit of a break. So then we have our tennis and pickleball sponsorship. It's a little bit similar to our banner sponsorships, but it's strictly for our tennis area. So we have one that's a little bit more expensive with the windscreen just for production purposes. But overall, you could see here over the last 4+ years, we're without the quote unquote residual effects of COVID there in 21. We're somewhere between $90,000 and $100,000 a year in revenue that we bring in. There obviously are ways to look at different corporate sponsorships that could bring in more money, and I would emphasize the word could. Obviously, there's no guarantee that any sponsorships would come in, but having the ability to explore something like that may be something that we want to consider. So if you have any questions about my sponsorships, I'll be glad to take them, but I also have an example of a corporate sponsorship that's somewhere nearby in Cary, North Carolina, not far from here, in Wake Med Soccer Complex. It's an 8-field complex. One of those has a stadium. So it's the town of Cary and Wake Med agreed on a sponsorship. They've been doing this since 2007, and it's renewed every 3 years. As a matter of fact, I have the current contract here that they just renewed this year. It's $600,000 a year, and that's through the town of Cary as well as Wake Med. One thing to consider with this sponsorship is that a portion of it has to do with the professional soccer team that's in the stadium. Matter of fact, they have 2 of them. They have a women's team and a men's team. The contract doesn't really lay out what the financial stipulations are for those 2 teams, but I'm sure that's a big draw with the fact that they have a lot of games and different events there with those 2 professional teams. There are other kind of details in here that I won't bore you with, but there's light pole signage, concession stand ventures, all different types of little things inside the stadium that Wake Med has rights to with that sponsorship. I spoke to the gentleman at Cary, North Carolina, who's in a similar position that I'm in here with the town, and it's been a rather lucrative deal for them. Like I said, it's been going on since 2007, and there are factors in the contract that can escalate that annual income based on the number of events that are brought into the complex that are non-soccer related. So if they were to have a concert or other types of things that came in there, I think it can escalate to $650,000 to $700,000 a year if those other items are brought into there. So, you have any questions regarding either our sponsorship package or if I can answer any about Wake Med?
Any of you have anything? Okay.
I don't.
Oh, okay. I'm wondering if we've looked at all the options. I know I don't see like the scoreboard or as an option. I know a lot of times I've gone to games and that's something that the patrons look at several times during a game. So maybe that's something we should be looking at, some other options that we aren't taking advantage of, like a scoreboard sponsorship. Now I know a lot of our fields we've named for
people,
for individuals. It doesn't really bring in money, but I feel like we would only consider this for a very public facing space. So I don't know if we'd have that opportunity at Rifle Range Road since it's not already named, or at Carolina Park, or I mean Patriots Point is the most visible space, but I don't know what other council members think about.
There's a name on that.
Well, I know it's got a name, but I'm just saying it's like the most public facing one that we have, but it's already named. So those are the things that we'd have to consider when it comes to naming rights, I guess. If y'all had any other ideas. No. No.
I really don't. I mean, I think we're doing a good job with the sponsorship packages. And again, the same concerns about a lot of our facilities already have names, and then also I don't. I think that the part about Cary, North Carolina, if they did not have a stadium as part of that complex, if it was just like
there's a picture of what.
So if they were just soccer fields, like they're not going to get that arrangement, and so anyway, and then I also just don't necessarily want corporate names on our facilities personally. Right. So that's my opinion.
I guess the only other thing is the fee schedule. I mean, how long have we been charging what we're charging? It's like the going rate as far as the fees that we have.
Our fees are pretty much market value across the municipalities around the area. Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and there's still a lot of teams that just get a generic name because there's not enough sponsors for all of our teams either.
Right.
So.
Okay. Well, doesn't look like they're interested in corporate sponsorships, but I would like to, like I said, just look into the smaller things. Any opportunity we have,
we'll certainly explore those.
Yeah. Okay. All righty. Next item is discussion regarding dog parks in the town of Mount Pleasant. I know this has been a hot topic with Alhambra Hall under construction and what we're going to do moving forward. But Miss Schneider.
I've been called a lot of things, been missing one of them.
Miss. No, not Miss.
No, I just wanted to say, the cavalry's on the way. We are right now, as we speak. There's 2 dog parks that have already had built underneath the bridge, the Arthur Ravenel Bridge as it comes in. One of the dog parks is for bigger dogs. It has bigger mounds for the dogs, and the smaller dogs have their own place where they have smaller mounds. So that's one opportunity that we've got for dog parks, because I think also it's very important that we have places for the dogs to be able to come. And I think right now that is one of the big things that we have for the dogs. And so I'm really excited about those parks where you'll be able to take your dogs over there and let them run around and play with the other dogs and not be with the larger dogs. So the cavalry is on the way with that, and hopefully we'll be able to do more. But that's a great start for us.
I think we were. What's that? Yeah, I was going to ask. Yeah, we had asked to find out what we have and maybe potential other locations.
Yes. So the
What
young
already
lady
exists.
who came up, Miss Lisa, she was spot on. We do have one at Marshview Trail, which is right by the Whitesides Elementary, Waterworks area, Joe Gardage Field. We also have one at Carolina Park, and then the I guess if you want to call it 1 or 2 underneath waterfront that's coming online. There's also a dog park in the town, but it's actually managed by the county, which is at Palmetto Islands County Park. So it's a county facility, but obviously it's within town limits. So that's currently what we have as in terms of dedicated dog parks, areas that are fenced in, have petway stations that are more suitable for dogs to run off leash, if you will.
Have we looked at any other locations that would be
We
ideal
have some
to add?
locations that could possibly turn into dog parks. I mean, honestly, you find a square-ish area anywhere, put a fence around it, put some amenities to it, you can call it a dog park. So I think it would be probably more maybe what we would want to look at as a group to see, what area of town may need a dog park, and for that matter would want a dog park. I mean, they are kind of around, if you will. Rifle Range Road also will have a dog park when it comes online. So I guess maybe some direction on where you'd like to see one, and we'd certainly be able to try to find a space that's close to one of those areas.
Now I know over on the island they sell like dog licenses. Like, will you verify that your dog, I guess, is immunized for the most part? I don't know how we keep up with that. If we're going to have public parks, how we know that the dogs are immunized, or if that's just something we don't want to tackle. If it bites somebody, do they, that sort of thing. We don't keep up with that? Is that anything that we would ever look into?
No, ma'am. There is no administrative process. It's only if we're in having to address the dog owner. Do our people check the tags or vaccinations?
Okay. But we don't require that they be wearing it. I mean, they're supposed to.
It is. It's part of the law. And they're required to wear it. But what I'm saying is there's not an administrative process set up here where someone comes in and buys a collar. And we have to manage it and monitor it. We don't do it.
Okay. I mean, I'm like the idea of having a designated time and place for off leash for dogs. Just the thought is, where that location would be the most ideal. Other communities do that. They have off leash time. So I would support that in a reasonable location. We've been doing it for years, and I don't know that we've had a whole lot of problem at Edwards Park. Now, when we talked about officially making that a dog park, I'm thinking the residents had more of a problem of putting the fence up. They didn't want to look at fences. They've complained more about that than they have the actual dogs being there, right? Did you get a lot of complaints about dogs being there at Edwards Park?
We've understanding the leash law wasn't followed in all parts of town or enforced uniformly. One of the areas that came up, especially when Alhambra Hall was being renovated, was to look at Edwards Park as a possible dog park location. And so I believe it was at the public meeting that laid out the details for Alhambra Hall what was happening. We also floated a concept for public input on what if a portion, I believe it was 25% or so, or 30% of Edwards Park was made into a nice dog park at the public's expense. And the residents were not in favor of that plan. And so there is nothing going there now or planned or anything like that. But I know the park is kind of in rough shape if you go out there.
Right.
So no, we don't. I don't know if it was because of the fence or because perhaps the residents didn't want a formal dog park being at that location, or I just don't know.
Yeah, I feel like most of the complaints were they didn't want it chopped up, like cut in half with a fence. The fencing was a big part of what they thought would be an eyesore. And we're responsible for the maintenance over there by Whitesides, that dog park? It's on Waterworks property.
That's correct.
Okay, so we need to get with them maybe on maintenance of that particular facility. See what we could do to improve it, since we're saying it's available for the
I was
public.
going to say, Waterworks also, when this came up years ago, they have a facility behind their office building, and it's fenced in for people to be able to bring in their dogs and put them in there. I haven't been back there lately, but I know we did it a while back, so that was used a pretty good bit.
I think that's probably the spot we're talking about, off Rifle Range.
Yes, off
Yeah,
Rifle Range, right.
yeah, we're talking about just getting with them on that. But I don't know what the rest of council. We either have to have a leash law, then we have to follow it, or the only way we can have off leash is to actually change the ordinance where we have open hours, like morning and evening, the way other communities do. So I guess for me, that would be a consideration for council to look at if they want to have an off leash time that would allow people to still do this activity. Yes.
So the leash law is, it's not a state law. It's town ordinance. It's a leash law. There's no state law that addresses this.
I'm not aware of anything outside of requirements for vaccinations and things like that.
Okay. I guess I just really see both sides of it in that, I do know of people that have had incidents even with their own dogs and their toddlers, and you never think something's going to happen until it does. And we have a lot of families with young kids, and I would be in favor of having some off time, but it's got to be in a certain designated spot. And to me, it has to be fenced. I don't know how else it wouldn't be. And again, and it's not just with little kids. Sometimes it's with a big dog and a little dog. And, you see videos all the time of things going wrong in those situations. And yeah, and I do know that people have complained about the Edwards Park off leash stuff. I don't know. I remember there was a big backlash to the idea being floated to turn that into a dog park completely or a portion of it. I don't know what the solution is other than let's look for another place, and maybe particularly in the old village to where we could put a fenced area. But to me, it would have to be a fenced area. I don't know a way around that.
Right. Mr.
Yeah.
Santos.
Well, it's like I said, we have one being built at the foot of the bridge down there, one for large dogs and one for smaller dogs. So you can segregate them and they'll have water there for them and everything else. So people can load their dog up and come on down and they could play with the other dogs in there as well. So, but it'll be managed. And I think that's really the safest way to go is because you want to be able to separate the big dogs from the little dogs. And I think that's what we've done. So that's on the way. And it's already, if you go over there now, you'll see it's already done. But we just haven't opened the park yet, but we've already got it done. So,
I mean,
like I said, I think that's going to be part of the solution is for people to be able to bring their dogs down there and let them play with the other dogs in a park that's, got water in it and it's going to be safe for them. And so they're not getting involved with bigger dogs.
Right. I mean, I don't know if Rifle Range Road, as we develop that out, if there'd be some green space. I mean, it doesn't have to be a field. It could be under trees in a shaded area where so.
There's a dog park as part of this.
Rifle Range. That's going to be part of Rifle Range Road?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, really? I wasn't aware. So that's why I was asking, what do we have on the books? Okay. That's encouraging. Maybe it can have a water feature of some kind. I don't know. Because we do have a lot of water dogs here. People boat and they have dogs that want to enjoy the water. So I don't know if we have any recommendations for council to just look into other spaces or consider. I mean, if it's going to be fenced and it's going to be a park, then that eliminates the off leash
I guess that's right.
necessity if we're going to continue to say it has to be fenced. And
Yeah, I would just tell the public to keep their eyes open. Once we open our park, they'll be able to bring their dogs down there and have a safe place for their dogs to be able to play with other dogs their size and of water and everything else down there that I think is really going to be great for the dogs.
okay. All right. Well, yeah, I want us to keep our eyes open for other spaces. Okay. All right. Any further discussion? No? Okay. Now, only at the beginning, public comment. Okay. Next item is program and projects update.
Yeah, just briefly, going to go over kind of our programs and projects we have going on. As you can see with the numbers here, our numbers are looking really good for this year. They've all gone back to or above pre-COVID numbers, so that's a good sign. Our facility rentals are kind of right along the lines where they should be at this point. And all of our programs and senior center memberships have all gone up, so we're happy to see those numbers. 2 weekends ago, we completed our Sweetgrass Half Marathon, so we had a good attendance. It was bitterly chilly that morning, so I think a few folks may have decided not to run, but we had a good attendance and got a lot of good feedback from that event. And then we also had our Run of the Weenies dog event right afterwards, which was a pretty cool little thing to see. So a lot of folks interested in their little dogs having some fun and racing a little bit. So that was fun. This weekend coming up, we have the Jim Reichman 3v3 tournament. I know that's been around for quite some time, so we're looking forward to that. We do have a few projects that are up ongoing, and I'm sure most of you know the status of them, but real quickly, Carrio is in the early stages of being in construction. Been about 30 days now. We're looking to hopefully complete that in mid-July. Our Park West pool renovation is coming along. Seem to be speeding up a little bit here towards the end. With the tile countertops, outside canopies to be completed this week, and hoping to be finished by the end of the month. So we'll keep an eye on that as well with the general contractor. March 20th and 21st, we will be entertaining the short list of general contractors for the Muggsy Kerr Tennis Center. So hopefully shortly thereafter, we will have a GC picked out to get that project started. And as we briefly mentioned, the Waterfront Park project was by there last week. The dog park is fairly complete over there. The outdoor fitness area is complete. We hope that the rest of the project will be done by early May of this year. So, have any questions or comments about any of those updates?
No? Any comments? No? Okay. With that, we'll adjourn if we're done. Thank you.
Thank you.
He was part of it because of Old Village. I'm all for an open.
Thank you, Mr. Eric. You're welcome.
o'clock Education Committee meeting. First step is call to order, which we've just done. Agenda item number 2, approval of minutes from the January 6th, 2025 meeting. Do I have a motion?
Second.
All right, motion by Mr. Icofano, seconded by Ms. Whitley. Let's call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. And that carries unanimously. We'll now move on to number 3, public comments. Is there anybody here who wishes to address this committee today? Mr. Chapman.
Good morning, council members. Howard Chapman. I live at 824 Natchez Circle in Mount Pleasant. I'm here regarding one of the items on your agenda, which is discussion about the potential for working with the school district about the plans we are working on for Bell Hall Elementary School. And I know we have a great working relationship with the Bell Hall School and with the school district regarding the use of what we are doing at the Dick Jones Recreation Center. And maybe as we are improving it, we can work with the school district on how best to do that, and also maybe have them help participate with the changes that we're making. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Is there anybody else for public comment today? This time we'll invite up Superintendent Huggins, and I understand you have a few slides to go through with us. And I dig the outfit today. That's very festive.
Thank you, Councilman. It is Read Across America Week. I do go by Anita Huggins, but Tinkerbell for today. I did not have time to change clothes, so I do apologize. I did not want to be late, so I showed up without the wings and a coat. So there you go. I will not keep you long. We have prepared for you. We appreciate first that you've asked us to come to talk about the state of some matters here in Mount Pleasant, specifically in regards to traffic and some other things. But it would be remiss of me to show up empty-handed, not to tell you how wonderfully your schools are performing and how well your students are doing. So I will share with you a slide deck that overviews student progress in regards, 1, to kindergarten readiness. More of your students are prepared for kindergarten and are leaving kindergarten ready than ever before. Students in tested grades are continuing to improve in regards to reading and math. And then students at Wando and Lucy Beckham High Schools continue to outperform their peers across the district and across the state in the end of course tested subjects. Also, in the update that I'll leave for you, I'll share with you a way that we're going to transition to weighted student funding formula next year, which allows schools in your district which do not receive Title I funding, as you know, to be compensated for the pupils in their schools that are in poverty, the multilingual learners, as well as special needs students. Also in the update is a slide that shares with you an op-ed that I wrote over Christmas, which asks the public to engage with us in adopting schools and classrooms across the district, including here in Mount Pleasant. Although your schools are very high performing, until all students in Mount Pleasant can read and can add and subtract, as we would hope, there will always be room to partner with the larger community. And so we're asking businesses to jump on board with us and adopt schools and classrooms inside of those schools. And we'll launch this in March with a principal for an A+ Day program that we hope you'll join us as a principal in many of these schools and learn what's happening there. So again, I don't want to take the public's time or your time with more details, especially given the manner in which I'm dressed, than is official on the agenda. But I do want you to know things are well here in Mount Pleasant.
Well, thank you very much, and that's my opinion of our local schools as well. It's you guys do a fantastic job, and if I had my way, everybody would be dressed like you when they come up for public comment.
Well, tomorrow I'll be a little Bo Peep, so I can come back if you'd like. But thank you. If you have any other questions, I'm certainly open to them.
Sounds good. Committee, Any questions before we
Just
move on?
How much does it cost to adopt a school or a classroom?
Councilman Acapano, it doesn't cost anything. It's a great question. We're just asking businesses to say they're willing. What we have on our website and in the documentation I'll leave you, each school, including all of the schools here in District 1 and 2, have completed a profile with 2 or 3 things that the community can do to help kids, to help teachers, and to help families in that school. And as you can imagine, those things differ depending upon which school it is. And so we're asking businesses or councils or sororities, churches, to find a school where they have services or goods or time that can best serve the students, families, and teachers in that school. A principal, for example, might want a business to wrap around each brand new teacher and bring that teacher coffee once a month. Or the principal might need 25 mentors to read to 3rd grade students for an hour a week or an hour every other week. So the profiles for each school are listed on our website, and it doesn't cost anything at all, just the cost of time and energy and effort. Great question.
It's on the website.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any further public comments before we move on to the main agenda? Seeing none, we'll move to agenda item number 4, which is a discussion of Lucy Beckham High School parking and area traffic.
So, before we start that, I just want to apologize in advance. I have a prior commitment at 12:30, but I'll stay as long as I can for this meeting.
We appreciate you being here. Thank you. Mr. Aton.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Councilmember Brownstein and other council members. Really, the floor is open to you. I just wanted to provide some general overview of some of the issues and concerns that we've heard. So shown here, we've got obviously the existing student parking area, which is just shy of 600 student available parking spots, some concern for parking, as well as parent drop-off pickup off campus. And happy to elaborate on any of the efforts in the future slides here, but wanted to just really set a base and hear what the committee would like to speak about.
Well, thank you for doing this. I think it came to light recently with some concerns from area neighborhoods. There was a social media post going on encouraging people to park on side streets, and so I think that's kind of the genesis of why we're here today. I know Mr. Icofano has some thoughts on this, so I'll turn things over to him.
First of all, did anybody from CCSD also want to get up at this point? I'm not forcing it, just make sure you have the chance to defend yourself as well. Yeah, well, I think the thing is, right, I mean, we do have, I'm guessing that Mount Pleasant, I don't know how it is with bus ridership. I'm assuming it may be lower than many of the other areas, and what kind of preparation with that. But what I'm seeing, and I've had a child at Lucy Beckham, and I still have a child at Lucy Beckham, is there's a serious issue around the baseball field and crossing the street there. I think we've had some incidents, and then now we're kind of forcing the right-hand turn, which then forces you to go down the street and make a legal or illegal U-turn. I won't state whether I have or have not done that. So I want to know if that's legal or illegal first before I answer that question. Or you turn into a neighborhood to turn around. I guess really this isn't putting it all on CCSD. It's what can we do as a town and continue to build our relationship with Mr. Barrow. You and I have had a lot of talks and have made a lot of headway, which is appreciative. What can we do as a town besides forcing our kids to either walk to school or take a bus? But what can we do? How do we make like one entrance in and several exits out? What can we do as a town, and what can we do to help solve this? Because what you do is you just got a lot of crisscrossing traffic, right? So kind of your opinion on that. And I know Chief is here as well somewhere, and I know if you want to get up with your opinion as well. I like a loose conversation personally, if the chairman allows it. Okay.
So if I could, I want to set the stage for where we stand. So I joked walking up that we follow the Mount Pleasant regs. and that is 5 to 10 parking spots per classroom. And so with the modular unit out there, we're required to have between 340 and 680, and totally throughout the lot we have 753. So 340 to 680. We installed the modular. We lost some parking places. We're still at 753. So from a parking perspective requirement, we're in compliance. And I will say that we have similar challenges at other high schools. At one time, we had the challenges at Wando. We have challenges at Academic Magnet School of the Arts as well. But you want to create a number of parking spots that make sense totally for spending the taxpayers' money. And I think we've done that out there from a space constraint perspective without losing ball fields and adding retention pond because we'd be adding an more impervious surface. We're kind of locked in with the number of spots we have out there at this point. As far as traffic goes, Mr. Reidenbach is here from our security emergency management staff, and he's worked with your team in and out, analyzing what's been out there. That change to add just the right turn out of the entrance closer to the school and back was done at the request to try to minimize incidences. And so we're always wanting to continue to look at other significant changes to that lot would require significant infrastructure investment, and that's something we could certainly look at long term. I would hate to be rash and jump into something that would cost taxpayers millions of dollars when we haven't worked through, to your point, other possibilities. And that does include increasing carpooling. It does include increasing bus transportation. I would say that our transportation support is the best it's been in at least 5 years at this point. So we're hoping that would encourage more students to ride the bus. We also have a number of students that go to the Center for Advanced Studies in the morning or afternoon. So it isn't the entire enrollment that's on the campus at any one time. We have portions of the day where students are off campus, and that does reduce the number of parking places, students that are there at any one time. So that's kind of the state of the play. We're always looking at ways to improve the situation out there, and would love to continue that dialogue.
Is there not a way to, and this is probably getting too, James Aton's going to know this more than me, is there not a way to somehow, like in the front of the school, that this driveway is a left only out of here, and then this driveway is a right only onto Mathis Ferry, and then anything that's going on Whipple is a right only? Like, could we not configure the movement of traffic within the school to funnel in certain directions, if that makes sense, what I'm saying?
So you're talking about having a student entrance that's making a right on Whipple, and then a student exit, and then an exit on Mathis Ferry.
Or somehow funneling them this way, because that's really it, right? There's so much crisscrossing of traffic, I think, is the issue. And then I guess are we hearing issues of? My concern comes on the safety side. Obviously, the crosswalk at the baseball field. Are we hearing more of people parking on the streets permanently and things like that? Is that what the red and the yellow here is? Is people just parking in neighborhoods?
Yes, sir. So not so much parking in the yellow areas. The red is the area of concern. And I think I'll take a stab at the question, and the answer in short is it's complicated. There are a lot of moving parts, of course. CCSD and Michael Redenbach can speak to this about campus security and the need for gates and things like that really dictate where students are allowed to drive. And then both Whipple Road and Mathis Ferry are state facilities. So I will say that the state reviews and approves and really supersedes town requirements on parking and ingress egress. They have a dedicated office at headquarters that looks at school reviews specifically. Ingress, egress, traffic studies. We, of course, look at it as well. And so they are a player within this as well. And so I think there's a number of folks that would have to come to the table and have been in constant dialogue as far as making one, a right out of that location there. You've got the crossing here. And then, of course, this whole area is gated off that from a security standpoint. So I think a connection through to Mathis Ferry for students may complicate things, as well as it being the entrance exit for parent drop-off pickup. So there are a lot of things in motion, a lot of reasons why the campus is laid out this way, both from a DOT requirement and CCSD requirement. But it's something we can certainly continue to vet and brainstorm ideas to improve.
And while we've got you up here, I know that the town has plans. This is not traffic related, but it is Whipple Road related, to do lights along Whipple to help with some of the pedestrian safety. Could you tell us where we stand with that?
Yes, sir. So this next slide really details, and I won't get into the previous efforts that have happened, but to talk specifically about ongoing efforts. Yes, we have a roadway lighting project under construction now in cooperation with Dominion Energy to install roadway lighting along the entirety of Whipple Road from Long Point to Mathis Ferry. We have been in discussions with both SCDOT and Michael Redenbach about the turn lane restrictions that have currently been in place for going on about 4 months or so, with cones now possibly ultimately making those permanent improvements, pending some other on-site changes. And then, of course, Mount Pleasant Way, which, if we're talking about a different and safer mode to get to school, biking, walking, wheeling, those projects, both the Mathis Ferry Trail and the Whipple Trail projects, are in certain stages of design development. So those are the things from a town perspective that we're pursuing as far as reducing the impacts of traffic congestion.
And I do want to commend the district as well. I've noticed that you guys put some new lighting up at the baseball fields, and I think that's made a big difference. So thank you for being a good partner on that. Mr. Iacofano?
Well, I guess, and my only thing would be with Chief as well. What else does CCSD feel that we can do to help with the situation? Is there any input on your side? And Chief, I don't know what your feelings are, what we can do as well. I know you guys are working hard. I don't want to see another child get hit. And we can't make people put their phones down. That's for sure. That's an issue. And in 10 years, we won't have to worry about this, as all cars will be self-driving by then, probably about 10 years. So we'll take the human error out in about 10 years. But it's a dangerous area. We're forcing the right-hand turn, which forces people to make these erratic U-turns on Whipple and things like that. So I definitely don't want to see anybody else getting hurt, and we're here to help you in any other way as possible too.
I don't have anything else.
Oh, okay. Chief, do you have anything? No?
So we're always happy to continue to try to find ways. This is a very difficult issue to solve. The number of students that drive at this school, it presents a challenge. The number of children that are dropped off and picked up every day at this school present a challenge. So we're happy to look at any possible things we can do. We are there in an enforcement capacity. We've written citations there. We know of 2 pedestrian auto incidents. What we don't know is the number of near misses. I'm sure that number is higher, but we're definitely willing to work any way we can to improve it. I'm just not exactly sure at this point what more we can do from an enforcement standpoint. So.
All right. Thank you, Chief. I think that about does it on this agenda item. We'll move on to number 5. School district, you can stay where you are, and we'll invite up Representative Joe Bustos for item number 5, which is discussion of proposed legislation to eliminate the constituent school boards. Mr. Bustos, thank you for being here today. We really appreciate it. And I read a little bit about what you're working on in the media, and figured let's hear it straight from you and get a sense of the constituent school board situation and the legislation that you filed in the State House.
Well, and before I get started, I'd like to give a little background on myself, how I have always kind of had interest in this topic. I was raised in Mount Pleasant, graduated from Moultrie High School in 1968, and returned in 1995 after retiring from the Army. And of course, as you know, I served on Mount Pleasant Town Council. Schools have always been uppermost in our minds. We have a son who graduated from Wando High School and a grandson who's graduated from Beckham High School, so we're very familiar with everything. It came to my attention that constituent school boards were entities that were unique to Charleston County. And there's a long history in that, part of which I lived in the 60s, because while I was in high school, I was also a school bus driver. So my junior and senior year, I don't know if we put kids with 16-year-olds anymore, but I drove a school bus for Moultrie High School. So I sort of lived this. And the issue is this, that as I drilled down through this and I had conversations with the school district and with others, I came to understand that Charleston County was unique. And it was unique in that we have constituent school boards. And at first blush, you would think, well, to have community input, that's a good thing. But if we go down through it, we find that the reasons that they were put in place were probably less than stellar. And once again, I grew up in Mount Pleasant and Charleston, so I feel like I have to kind of wear part of this. Constituent school boards, and let me say this, we have 8 constituent school boards, and the school board pays, I think, between $500,000 and $600,000 to support that effort for those 8 school boards. And I can't tell you how many times in Columbia we have heard we need more money for teachers, we need more money for SROs in the schools to help protect the children and the teachers. So as I drill down through this, and I think Mr. Myers, who was an attorney and a member of the school board for a number of years, he sort of hit the nail on the head with this. And I'd like to read from an op-ed that he had. And it said, unlike other regions of the country, South Carolina in general and Charleston in particular had done nearly nothing to promote school integration since the U.S. Supreme Court's Brown versus Board of Education ruling in 1954. And when the stalemate ensued in the state legislature about how to achieve integration, and when the stalemate ensued, the local delegation, Charleston delegation, consulted a gentleman by the name of Fig, who Mr. Myers later interviewed, and he told me he had suggested the constituent districts as a way to hold student and teacher assignment authority back from viewed countywide. So at that time, there was a system called separate but equal. And if you could achieve separate, you were equal. And during that time, in Mount Pleasant, of which I had firsthand knowledge, there was Lang High School and there was Moultrie High School. And it was separate, but it was considered equal. So from 1954 through 1968, when I graduated from high school, everything was considered equal. But now as we've moved on and evolved from that, Wando High School was built and Lang and Moultrie became middle schools. But that came together. We still have constituent school boards. Then the districts from which they were elected were changed to replicate county council districts. So the school districts changed to replicate those county council districts. So at that time, it was felt that we don't have to use the separate but equal 8 school boards that everyone jockeyed around and used. So now we have the school board is truly, in my mind, represented by those district representatives. So what we're doing now with constituent school boards is withholding part of the authority of the consolidated school board. we're not letting them look at student lines. We're not letting them look at discipline problems. And they should have a firsthand knowledge of that. They should be able to see it and feel it and be involved in the disciplinary discussions. Indeed, some of the, and I've received emails from several members of constituent school boards, and they said part of the problem is the school district doesn't pay attention to what's going on in the schools. Well, we've insulated them from what's going on in schools by these constituent school boards. All those things put together prompted me to come up with a bill, which is a local bill in the state legislature, that says that Charleston County should be like every other county in the state and have a consolidated school board, and that the principals and the teachers are not insulated, and the students are not insulated from that board by these constituent school boards. This is, and the money should be spent, and I've spoken with the superintendent, that money should find its way back to the classrooms, perhaps for SROs. There are a number of things that you could do with $500,000 to $600,000 that are not being now, other than some very well-meaning, community-oriented folks are being elevated to a school board position, but it's just not a good system. So what the bill does is takes the authority away from the constituent school boards and then vests that authority in the consolidated school board. And then at a point down the road, those positions would just be done away with.
And what's the next step? I know you've introduced the legislation. Where does it sort of stand, and what are its prospects for adoption, do you think?
Well, I think the prospects are good because everyone wants more money for teachers, more money for SROs. We don't want to gaff off the people who've served in these boards, but we do have more pressing needs. Right now, the bill has been filed. It's been read across. We're going to have this Friday a constituent school board hearing at the Charleston County Legislative Delegation, in which we will hear from the constituent school boards. But they wanted an opportunity to address the legislative delegation. Although when I first brought this up at the last meeting, we also had advertised that we were going to be discussing it, but unfortunately, I think one person came. Unfortunately, not more. So they have requested another meeting. We are going to do that this Friday at 10 o'clock at North Charleston City Hall, and we will listen. And then the bill, which was read last week, I adjourned debate on it until the 11th of March, and on 11 March, we should hear the bill in the State House again.
Well, just as an aside, when I moved to Charleston County from Beaufort County, I had no idea what a constituent school board was, and that wasn't really the governing school board of the county. So it is confusing, I think, for people. And I want to lend my support for your bill because I think that there's some issues with inconsistencies in student discipline. A similar case might be treated 6 or 7 or 8 different ways, depending on where in the county it occurs. And so, I think it's important that we have professionals dealing with disciplinary issues and attendance zones for that matter, to sort of take the the inconsistency or the politics out of some of these issues as they arise. And to add on top of that, the projected savings of $5,600,000, I'm sure y'all could use that hiring teachers or hiring support personnel. And so I did want to have you here to lend my support to your effort. I think it's it's honestly it's a vestige of segregation past, and I think from what I see from the school board these days is there's it's got more stability than it used to, and I think they're perfectly capable of undertaking these two remaining functions of the constituent school board. And I know just from going into the voting booth, a lot of times these positions are not competitive, and it's one person running for the seat. And so it's not like there's a lot of competition sometimes to get on these constituent school boards. So I'd like to thank you for your work on this issue. I think it's something that's long overdue here in Charleston County, and I think will result in some better outcomes for our students as well as some additional resources in our schools. So personally would like to thank you. Mr. Icofano, do you have anything you'd like to add?
I do have a question. I mean, this constituent school board with this, which seems to be a decent amount of weight that they have, is this really like one of the only ones in the country with this much power?
Yes.
I mean, this is it, right?
This is a system that was cobbled together in Charleston County to be able to say we have achieved integration without really changing much of anything. They just cobble together these constituent school boards, because if it was separate and could be equal, integration was achieved.
And just out of curiosity, what type of are they involved in firing of principals? Is that or what's the level at which they operate? How about just
That's a great question, Councilman. They are not currently, although they used to. Currently, as the councilman said, they have responsibility for attendance lines, for hearing disciplinary appeals, and for hearing student transfer appeals, which has resulted in your case in some of the overcrowding issues that you may have faced here. So those are the three responsibilities. They are the only one nationally of their existence. And as the chairman said, the funding, we've recalculated, Chairman Bustos, it's about $650, close to $700 will be filtered back to schools to support kids.
Wow.
And at the school board and the administrative levels, I assume y'all have the expertise and the tools to be able to handle both of these areas, the attendance and the discipline.
Yes, sir. I apologize. I read push this time. We do. We have a plan in place should the legislation be passed to handle all three areas. And we do have two board members with us here, Carolina Jewett, who represents a portion of this area, and Pam McKinney, who also does. Keith Grabowski also represents your area. And so they would hear many of those things in executive session. And we have hearing panels that we train to be part of the disciplinary process for students that have to go before the board.
That's great to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Yeah.
Anything further, Mr. Icofano?
I think they got to start letting people that are hired to do their job, is what you're saying. Right.
Well, this is something from the past that needs to go away, and we need to give our consolidated school board the authority that they need to do their jobs, that they were elected to do.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Really appreciate you making time to be here with us today.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to explain this. It has been shrouded in a little bit of mystery because of the misunderstanding of constituent school boards. I appreciate your letting me come today and explain that, and I appreciate Superintendent Huggins being here as well. So have a good day.
All right, thank you, and thanks for all you do for us in Columbia. We appreciate it.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll move on to agenda item number 6, which is discussion on potential CCSD partnership on an updated R.L. Jones Center. And do we have somebody from the town? Okay.
I can
Yes.
read it and correct me, sir, where you'd like to go with this. But the town, thanks to a vote of town council, is moving forward. There'll be money in next year's budget, assuming council passes next year's budget, to do a study, conceptual study of where our R.L. Jones Recreation Center is, that entire property, which includes a fire station and includes shared use with the neighboring elementary school. And so if you're, I believe we have a minimized slide that just shows, Eric, if you could pull it up. Or I could have done it for you, my apology. To give you a feel of what's out there. And let's see here. That's okay. And so we have some renovations ongoing now, but you're familiar with a lot of these sites up here on the screen. But the idea is come July 1st that we plan to go into a study of the entire area, producing a conceptual design. And whereas the potential for a new Jones Center, that we'd like it to continue to serve the students of Mount Pleasant. And so we'd love for you, if you were willing to, participate directly or indirectly, as we'd love your input, need your input on any future view of what this may be.
Yeah, so this is the Jones Center. Obviously, shares parking and facilities with Bell Hall Elementary. It was built in '91, I believe, and is really kind of showing its age. We're going to do some things to renovate it over the next year or so. We recently improved the gym and some other things to the office space and the lobby. But really, I think as Eric said, it's time to kind of take a long view of what this center is going to look like in the future. And there may be some opportunities, I think, to maybe reorient it on the site so it's maybe less of an issue with the commingling of town and school traffic. And then we also hear a great deal from the high schools and some of the different neighborhoods about the need for additional aquatic space in Mount Pleasant and having the ability to hold a high school swim meet here. And so I think we're really just at a preliminary stage where we wanted to make you aware of kind of how we're looking at the Jones Center and to ask for you to help us shape whatever those plans may be in a way that's mutually beneficial for the town and the school. Mr. Icofano?
I think I've got to reiterate this, that and I don't know if Steve is in the crowd as well, but the agreement that we came up with that wasn't touched for so many years, Mr. Baroe, and you were so open. We don't want to tell Anita how much you gave us, but he was very giving and very open to strengthening that relationship between CCSD and the town of Mount Pleasant by giving us access to more space with CCSD and making sure we brought that relationship back together. I can't say that enough. We had very open conversations, and I think it's important now that we've figured out the 1 to 5 year plan. We have to understand that this is CCSD money, town of Mount Pleasant money, is all the taxpayers' money, and the more efficient we can become with that money, and the more services that we can provide for the taxpayer. Why should you build a pool and we build a pool when we could use the pool together, right? You build a baseball field, we build a baseball field. Where can we, let's talk about tennis courts. We'll get you access on Whipple at some point. Throw Eric under the bus here, TJ under the bus. We'll get some access over there so you guys can have Lucy Beckham Sports over there, which would be important to me. But this is all the taxpayers' money. They're all our citizens. And I think it's time to start looking at the 10, 20, 30, 40, 50-year plan between the relationship of CCSD and the town of Mount Pleasant and how we can help lower the cost and increase the amenities to all of CCSD and their students. So I think that's important. And I understand The other issue is you've got all of CCSD. So what you do for one, you must do for all. So I know you're going to scold me on that, so I'll scold myself first.
No scolding,
A
sir.
preemptive scolding, yeah.
Preemptive scolding. I
was
do
gonna say,
understand that.
Just as a reminder, wherever we set the bar,
Right.
that bar has to be applied for us across the district. But I certainly appreciate your comments about the relationship. And on behalf of Superintendent Huggins, I would mention that it has been great to work with y'all. I talked to Principal Conklin last week about what he does with R.L. Jones, and he was just gushing about how much his school depends upon the facility that's there. And that is really has been a cornerstone for his school, a cornerstone really for all of our schools in Mount Pleasant, that relationship and using that facility. We right now have just are completing a partnership with the city of Charleston on work on their ball fields under a similar concept. In the last sales tax referendum, we had a partnership on Stony Field downtown. In both instances, it was our project on their facility, and that's just the way it worked out. But I'm sure we can make adjustments to address a more unique situation here with an aquatic center, because that is one area that we haven't rolled into heavy-handed. We've not built any pools for the school district at this point. We're still catching up on some of our other facilities that are out there, but we would more than welcome an opportunity to sit down and see what might be workable. We did add, if you haven't noticed, additional permanent parking around Bell Hall to allow for less cars sitting in the way of R.L. Jones in that lot in between. So we've opened that up as well. One of the concepts I had talked to Principal Conklin in the past was built the need for a multi-purpose room. But again, if that money for a multi-purpose room could be somehow put into a project where, as you and I have discussed, using the facilities more than just a school day or more than just on a Saturday and Sunday, in your guys' case, the more we can give our taxpayers with full-time use of a facility, the better served they are, both for their kids and for their money as well. From a timing perspective, we are rolling out the Phase 6 sales tax pitch. In fact, we come to Mount Pleasant here at Lucy Beckham High School to talk about that program on March 25th. That's a public meeting in which we'll present what's been done in Mount Pleasant, and take input on what could be done, including potential shared projects with the town of Mount Pleasant. You don't have to be at the meeting. There's a QR code that's in this presentation that Superintendent Huggins had. You can get at the meeting as well, which you can apply input online. And that input makes a big difference as we put together the plan for that building program. And although it wouldn't begin, if passed by the sales tax, passed by the county voters, until 2029, the referendum will be in 2026. And if it does pass, we start projects as early as 2027. So as early as 2027, stuff could be moving in the right direction as far as design and construction goes. So it's the timing with your upcoming study seems to fall in line with that sales tax program we're going to be rolling out here.
That's great. And I was just with Bell Hall Elementary, are there any future renovation or rebuild plans already for that, or is it?
Great question.
Yeah.
So we had always talked about the possibility of replacing that school. We've invested, and I don't have the total amount in here, but over the last 6 to 8 years, we've invested, my guess is it's close to $10 million, if not more, with new building systems, flooring, roof, HVAC. And so, when I talked to the principal about what might be out there, he says, this school, the only thing that was short was the desk in his front office was not up to speed. And if that's all I got left out there, that's great. But where it might be is better utilizing the space around Bell Hall. If there's space we can provide, we can change patterns for parking or whatever, traffic, we can look at that as well. So I don't think we'll replace that school. We'll continue to invest in the upgrades and potentially some additional spaces for it, whether it be exploratory, fine arts classrooms, replacing the cafeteria. I mean, there are things we can do to continue to make it better.
go ahead.
Oh, go.
Well, it just sounds like to me, and I don't know if TJ wants to come up here real quick because he had and if you guys have met TJ, but he was at North Charleston and he's our new director, and he's dealt with a pool actually in North Charleston. But it sounds like to me like we have the opportunity to be a beacon as we can look at this property as a whole, Mr. Demora, the entire property, how the school, how the pool, and the space, and really make this one unit that CCSD and the town could hopefully share. And I'm only one of 9 council members, so obviously we've got a couple more in here. But what a great opportunity to really show collaboration with these two tax, these two tax units with all the citizens' money coming together and maximizing it. And TJ, I know you did the pool in North Charleston, I believe. Sorry, with Dorchester.
Yeah, we did it
School
with
District.
DD2, the aquatic center up off by Fort Dorchester. So that school also was similarly involved because we actually utilized their parking lot as overflow parking for the big events that we have there, obviously during non-school hours. But overall, I think it would be a great idea just from a recreation standpoint. I know this Bell Hall Elementary obviously uses the facility quite a bit. I think we estimated it's about 975 hours a year that it's used based on physical education classes as well as using the pool for the various aquatic programs that go on. So certainly it would seem to be very similar to the plan that was in North Charleston that we did with Dorchester District 2. But again, up to you guys, but I think it would certainly be a good idea for the future.
We're happy to partner however we can. We
Thank
really
you.
are. I have all three children of mine went to Bell Hall, and I have a swimmer. So we're at the North Charleston Aquatic Center often. So we're happy to be thought partners in the process. And we've included for you, councilmen, here, just for you and the rest of the council, the projections for your schools, more about the capital construction and maintenance projects that are scheduled. And we're certainly happy to come back and continue the collaboration.
Great.
Do we have that slide?
I believe they're going to email it over to us. But I think also, similarly, our Jones Center has a couple of classroom spaces that we use for our programming. So there may be a way in a new Jones Center where maybe we skip the classroom space and focus on what we can do to provide recreation. And then, if we have something that needs a classroom, they walk across the parking lot to Bell Hall Elementary. Anything else before? Well, we just wanted to thank you guys for being here and making the time. I know your schedule is crazy, but we really appreciate having such an excellent partner in the school district and having such fantastic schools here east of the Cooper. So thank you, and thanks to our school board members in attendance. We really appreciate everything that y'all do too. And anything else?
Big thank you, and maybe we'll have to dress up for Halloween.
It doesn't have to be Halloween to dress up. You can dress up any day. Tomorrow you can meet me downtown. We're going to be on Toy Story. So I appreciate you entertaining and allowing me to come dressed inappropriately.
I love it. No, you've set the bar at a good place. So I'm excited to see what we can do for future meetings.
Well, and likewise, this partnership reflects what we hope to continue to grow with all municipalities as we think about kids and what serves kids well. And really, what serves kids the best is when everyone comes together to think creatively and outside the box about how to serve our community. So thank you for the invitation, and we're happy to be here.
All right. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll move to item number 7, which is to adjourn. Thank you.
I didn't change those out. I swapped it out. Oh, it's Wednesday. Yeah. We're still waiting on getting the green stuff.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Thank you. It sounds like maybe our timelines are on the right path. So that's excellent.
All right, we will call the March 3rd Finance Committee meeting to order. Second thing on the agenda is the approval of minutes from the February 3rd, 2025 meeting.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And the motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 3, public comments. Is there anybody here from the public who would like to make a comment? Come on up.
My name is Lisa Schnipke. I live at 185 Mossy Oak Way here in Mount Pleasant. I'm here today to speak about the $150 or more requirement being posted on the website for town spending. It seems like a very cumbersome thing for the town to keep track of. I understand why you might be interested in letting the public know about spending, but I think that the town does so much already about transparency when it comes to spending. The website has a great budget piece that's very easy to read, understand, and comprehend. There's a lot of data in there that's available to the public. I don't know how much people really look at it. I asked the communications director if there was a way to track the looks and views, and he said there is, but of course there's no way to tell who's viewing that. But I think that it would be a better use of your time and the town's staff's time to educate the public as to what's already available for them to see. And if they do have a question about something specifically, whether it's within a department, the spending, things like that, they can always go to Ms. Harness and ask for a FOIA, and they can get data if they need something more specific. So again, I don't think it would be worth the time that the staff would spend and what your payoff would be.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello again, Council. Mike Van Horn, Iron Bridge Drive. I have an opposing view in regards to that item 6 on your agenda. I sent an email out to Council as of last evening as far as things that I would like Council to look at. There is another county in South Carolina, in Beaufort County, where they have a checkbook register that's on their site as well that provides more of a detailed GL account as far as everything that's being spent. So I think it would be beneficial, for us as the residents. As stated on the Mount Pleasant website, it's the fact that, we want to be transparent across all forms of government, and therefore I think it's important. Here we are, it's basically since December when the entire Patriots Point situation took place, and the residents, none of us know how much money was invested in that entire project as far as, the exploration, as far as the tax proposal and stuff. It's about accountability and transparency with the residents. So I would appreciate you looking at that. I also cited some other information in that email, and I welcome any questions or comments that you would like during that time frame. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on in.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Ellen Moore. I live at 1469 Gunnison Street, and I also am speaking out in favor of the financial transparency policy that you're contemplating. I think it's very common practice in business, and I suspect other municipalities, to have some sort of policy in place. It ensures that no particular agendas are pushed forward without full exposure and accountability. This fiscal policy is both prudent for any town government made up of our elected officials who represent a community of residents to lead judiciously and with prudence and transparency. I would also suggest that as part of the gifting process and maybe even budget process, that you set a standard for issuing any grant dollars or monies to organizations such as nonprofit organizations who receive town funds. This could be a standard policy where those gifts are disclosed, for instance, every quarter. And doing this and having a standard in place that requires any nonprofit who receives town money to have a current 990 on file and available for public view. I feel strongly that we, as a community and as residents, are adding this level of expectation of transparency because we expect you as our elected officials who are using our town taxpayer dollars to do so judiciously. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Acafano, 388 Overseer Place. I had asked this to be put on the agenda today, and I appreciate y'all putting it on there. As far as the transparency and things go, what happens is when you ask for things to get put on the agenda, it sparks conversation. So I think we can't fear conversation. Some things may not go through, some might. I mean, Mr. Van Horn, I saw his email. It was a great suggestion. I looked at some of the websites that he sent. That's what's great about putting things on agendas is the public comes in and makes comments, and we hear whether they're for it or against it, and they can also bring some of their great ideas with it. I implore you to look at that website that he sent. It was awesome. Thank you for that, by the way. Also on the naming of the field naming. What's important is I know TJ had shown a slide about $600,000 for Wake Med, and some comments were made that we don't have a stadium. I don't know that Patriots Point is necessarily, I don't know that we're necessarily talking about the naming rights of just the Mount Pleasant portion, maybe the entire complex. At that point, $600,000 would be split, probably $200,000 to the Battery, $200,000 to CFC, and then $200,000 to the town. That also does not take away the naming of the Cheryl Woods Flowers fields. That would still remain. We're talking about the complex being named. We have a lot of nonprofits in the town of Mount Pleasant, a lot of hospitals that don't pay taxes, don't pay property taxes and things of that sort. It'd be a wonderful chance for them to give their fair share by possibly naming some of those field spaces as well, as we get like East Cooper Medical, for example, was a for-profit paying high taxes and now is bought out by Novant Health, which is a nonprofit. We've lost a lot of money in taxes on that. I think they should be presented the fact that they can sponsor these fields if they like. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to make a public comment? Going once, going twice. Okay. With that, we will move on to item number 4, review and possible action pertaining to recreation sponsorships. I don't know. Eric, TJ, who's?
TJ is going to come up
Okay.
and walk us through this.
So I kind of presented a few minutes ago, but for those of you that may weren't in attendance, so I'm just going to kind of give you a little background on what our current sponsorship situation is at the rec department, and then as Mr. Acafano touched on the possibility of a bigger sponsorship commitment in the future. So we do have 3 types of sponsorships at the rec department. We have our banner sponsorships, which would allow a business or company to sponsor a banner, and we would place that at the desired location. Most of those locations are some of our more high profile, high traffic areas, which would be Patriots Point, Carolina Park, Park West. Then we have our team sponsorships. I'm sure everyone's either had a little one or seen a little one running around town with a jersey on that has a local business on it. We have different levels of those sponsorships to give a little bit of a discount for those that would like to sponsor more than just one. So, and then we move on into our tennis and pickleball sponsorships, which is very similar to our banner sponsorships, but it's specifically for the tennis area. And then with our windscreens, a little bit more per year just because of production and the commitment of having them for 3 years instead of just one. So with that being said, over the last 4 years, we're ranging about anywhere from $89,000 to $100,000. Obviously, the year right after COVID, a little bit lower, just kind of a residual effects of that. And as you can see, we're tracking very nicely for this fiscal year as well. Moving into the bigger picture, the bigger discussion that's currently going on, and just to give you an example, the Wake Med, which is not far from here, is an 8-field complex with a stadium field. It's got a 3-year commitment by Wake Med with the town of Cary. So it's a $600,000 annual investment. I'm not particularly sure on how that's split up because there are 2 professional teams that utilize that facility. The North Carolina Courage is the women's soccer team, and then the men's team, the names escape me, also use that. There are some in their 30-page document here that has their agreement. They also have some other issues in terms of they sponsor concessions and signage and light poles and different things in and around the stadium. But obviously, that area also gets used for non-soccer related activities. So they may have a concert or some type of family gathering there that would bring more eyes to the facility. So that's kind of one option. Obviously, there are many different options across the region, across the country that could be also observed. But just one good example that's kind of close to home. So, if anybody has any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them if I can.
Yeah. Anybody have any questions or comments?
No.
Yes. So I haven't had a chance to chime in on it because I wasn't on the previous committee where it was discussed. I do think it's an idea worth at least exploring. My kids play sports, travel sports, and so I've gone to a number of parks and facilities that do have a corporate name. In my opinion, it's a way to build up our facilities and programming separate from using taxpayer dollars. So I do think it's a way to kind of get more bang for our buck, for lack of a better term. And then I also do I agree with what Mr. Icofano said. It's perhaps a creative solution to some of these situations that we have with nonprofit, particularly hospitals. Charging them some kind of fee in lieu of taxes. I think they may view that as a negative, but a sponsorship is a way for them to kind of do something positive in the community that may reinforce their brand. And so I just do think we should kind of keep chipping away at this and maybe keep it on the table and perhaps use it as a creative solution to one of our problems around town, which is hospitals becoming nonprofit, absorbing other medical providers, making them nonprofit, and eroding our tax base.
Okay. Does anybody else have any comments or questions on this? Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. We will move on to item number 5, discussion and possible action regarding Code of Ordinances, Chapter 154, Development Impact Fees. Who's taking this one? I know it was done at a previous.
Is he?
Matt, he's here.
The days blending together. I think this was done at
Recreation or no development.
Economic Development. Yes. All right.
You guys, some of you were here previously. You all received this memo. The purpose of this discussion today is just to evaluate impact fees, particularly in change of use. This was triggered by folks reaching out to y'all and to us at staff level about everything that's going on related to high bills for these guys. We like to foster redevelopment. We have a lot of redevelopment opportunities here in town. The current fee basis is calculated on increased demand based on essentially a chart that you all passed about a decade ago for public facilities and services, parks, fire, transportation, and the focus would be on balancing fiscal responsibility with appropriate growth incentives. These options are put together by staff, and so these are the 4 that we kind of see as possible. So one is maintain the current structure, don't do anything to it. The pro of that is it's equitable, and we know what kind of revenue will be coming in to do things like pay for infrastructure and pay debt on GO bonds. The cons there, it could limit high impact redevelopment opportunities. You could do the 180 there and eliminate change of use fees completely. The pro of doing that is it streamlines permitting and encourages adaptive reuse of a lot of the facilities in town. The con is, of course, you reduce funding and it shifts financial burdens to brand new construction. Another one is sort of to turn the dial a little bit and reduce it 20 to 30%. That offers some financial relief to those who are coming into an existing building and changing the use. but it may not fully address low impact changes, and there could be potential revenue shortfalls. And then the fourth one is the most creative of all of them, is to target specific land uses that the town prioritizes through strategic redevelopment. So that allows us to sort of pick and choose in a way, but it also makes it more complex, obviously, to have to review each one based on whatever we deem as a public purpose. And it also is going to require Mr. Pagliarini to dig in and make sure that there's no equal protection problems with that one. So our next steps is to talk about it here. We talked about it in Economic Development Committee earlier today. We'll have legal vet option 4 if that is something that you all want to continue to consider. And once we're just starting this discussion, so once we start digging into it, we could really suss out the information. Currently, we don't track impact fees by change of use versus brand new construction, and we're starting to pull that out. But before you made any decisions, we do complete financial analysis of what it would mean for our budget and our citizens. So I think this is sort of just for a general discussion to help staff know which direction to go.
Okay. Does anybody have any comments or questions that they would like? Mr. Chapman?
I have a comment. Back in 2017, which is a while ago, I was on the Planning Commission. And when the Planning Commission reviewed this issue, it was a very arduous and long-term schedule of meetings to get the legal issues behind us. And while the Economic Development Committee this morning looked at and suggested looking at 2 out of 4 issues, maybe combining them, I think before we make any further recommendations on what to do, we get the legal issues out of the way. And that's really critical because that took a while to get that done and for everybody to understand what those legal issues are. It's not just as easy as taking 2 numbers and combining them. There's a lot more to it. And I'm not saying that we can't do this and get it right, but we need to start with how these were created and the legal issues that allowed us to do that, and get those out of the way, then come up with maybe how better to do it than was done back in 2017. That's my only comment. Probably a good idea because it's been a while, but some of the laws may have changed too, so we need to know that.
Sure, I'll chime in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm open to several of these options. We've heard anecdotally. We had the Haley from the Hermosa jewelry store here earlier. You've got a local resident buying a building to move her shop to in Mount Pleasant, and then receiving a $24,000 impact fee assessment. I've heard there's a restaurant on 41, $200,000 impact fee. And I think that the concept of growth, paying for growth, is a good one. But unfortunately, really all of these fees are passed on to the customer. That restaurant will probably tack on another $1 on their hamburgers to pay, to cover their costs for building the building and paying the impact fee. So I think in the real world, all of these costs get passed down to our taxpayers and our residents as sort of a Mount Pleasant tax, for lack of a better term. So I'm really appreciative of the council for being willing to look at these, seeing as how it's been 8 years or so since they've been put into effect, and I'm really open to options 2 through 4, and looking forward to digging in and studying those and finding out which one would be appropriate for our town. So thank you.
Okay. Does anybody else have anything else? Okay, so we'll leave it the same way as the Economic Development Committee left it, which is to continue to further look into that. I know Mr. Pagliarini is working hard on that.
Cool.
All right.
We'll take it from here then. All right.
All right. We will move on to where does that put us? Item number 6, discussion and possible action to implement a financial transparency policy requiring that all expenditures of $150 or more be posted on the town website.
Good afternoon. Yes, this is put on, excuse me, as a discussion item. If you want to start the discussion, or I can show you very quickly. We did pull some data just from City of Charleston, seeing that this was going to be on the agenda. This was a copy of their report they posted in September. Basic report showing approximately 6 different items of data.
So this is just like a snippet of
It's
a
a
much
snippet.
larger.
It's like a 55-page
Yeah, 'cause it's a larger
report in
document.
total.
Yeah.
It's downloadable through their website. It was through September. My understanding is that they have undergone a systems change,
Mhm.
and they're having trouble recreating this now, so it's been on hold for a few months.
And how difficult it is? What's the burden on staff to create this? I mean, does our financial system, can you easily download a report like this?
Currently, no. We have a system that's very good at pulling accounting data, but you see a lot of debits and credits. Our accounting structure is more complex than what the City of Charleston is showing, so it's filtering that data down into something that's easily digestible and just the information that you would want to show the public. Taking away all of the debits, credits, all of the other additional detail that's in there. Could it be done? Yes. We would just need to consult with our consultants that work on reports for our system.
To create some sort of custom.
To create a custom report, because there is no standard report that just pulls this information in. We have one for like checks, we have one for credit cards, we have different reports that would have to be consolidated into one, but it is doable.
Okay. All right. Does anybody have any questions or thoughts?
My idea was I looked at some of the numbers from the City of Charleston. Was there any specific number or dollar amount? Because I saw something $241 that they used as the minimum.
They also use this $150 cutoff. So again, what I had in my example was just a brief snippet, but it's $150 and over is what they use.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
The other question I have is, financially, what will it take to change our financial system to do this?
It would really just be getting the scope of work. If this is the same type of data you would want to see in such a report, so defining the scope so that we can then go back to our consultants and see how many hours and what the cost would be to get a custom report created in our system.
So we don't know.
We don't
what
know
our
yet.
cost would be to change our system. My other question is, from a security standpoint, how will this impact our security on our financial system to make this kind of information available to the
We
general
would
public?
not, yes, we would not post directly. You would not be searching our system. We would be posting either an Excel document or a PDF document every month to our system. We could look at other options as well, but that's That's based upon the city of Charleston's model. And with licenses, security access, there's really no way the public could go into our system and search on their own. It would have to be a defined report that we would post.
And we would ask for y'all to approve exceptions. For example, I mean, you know, this is really, we have multiple funds, many sets of books. We operate essentially multiple businesses. One of them's a healthcare fund, which would lay out every expense that everyone on the healthcare plan may have for a particular prescription. And we would ask that things like that just be excluded from the report to protect privacy rights.
But that's kind of why I'm asking how much this would cost us to change our financial system. And certainly you don't want to release information that from a private standpoint, from an individual, should be available to anybody. It should not be available to anyone. So that's why I'm asking the question about how much it would cost to change our financial system. And I guess the answer is we don't know. We don't know right now.
We do not know, and please know we did not place the item or ask for the item to be on the agenda. So we wanted to see what your feelings were about it before we did any additional work.
Right. Thank you.
Anybody else have any thoughts or questions?
Yes, I'll chime in real quick. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to Mr. Van Horn for sending that email with some examples. I'm on the Beaufort County one right now, and I can definitely see the usefulness of some sort of financial dashboard on our website like they have. I think clearly there's probably more discussion that needs to take place about the thresholds that we should be reporting, what kind of information we shouldn't report because of its personal nature. But I do see a utility in it, and I'm wondering if perhaps our accounting software provider has some sort of integration that may do some of this stuff automatically. It certainly appears that's the case with whatever system Beaufort is using. And so, I don't know that we need to report that some guy got $100 in a mileage reimbursement for attending a class, but I do see a usefulness in opening up some transparency on what our expenditures are. And so I'm glad that we're having this conversation, and I hope that we will look into it further. And I don't know if it would be useful to have a motion for staff to look into this for a future presentation, or if our words from the dais are good enough. Mr. Chair or Mr. DeMora?
I'll default.
Well, we can do whatever you'd like us to do. Some direction on, if you're looking for a cost, it's going to be tough to go to a vendor to produce the report without a proper scope of services to do it. And if it's just general information you like, no problem. We'll do the best we can getting that. They're going to ask, what about thresholds? Which funds to use? I mean, there'll be a series of questions to us that at this point, I'm not able to glean enough from committee to be able to answer those questions. But I'm happy to try. Perhaps, what are you all comfortable with that you'd like for us to work on?
Yeah, I mean, the ones that come to mind for me is the general fund would I think make sense, and probably not have too much that's of I assume health insurance is a separate fund.
Yes.
And perhaps the capital improvements budget as well. I think those two probably make the most sense. As for threshold, I'm not sure what an appropriate threshold is. I mean, in some sense, I think 150 is probably too low of a threshold. I think that probably captures a lot of employee reimbursement for travel and mileage and stuff. We could probably up it from that, I would think. But I'm open to suggestions.
Okay.
I guess I wish we could just gauge whether there's an appetite to do this or not.
I'm totally fine with doing this. I I think the vendors could work with us to create a custom report that would pull this information and make it a quick once a month PDF that then gets uploaded to a page on our website. I do agree. I think that I looked through a number of cities and counties that are doing something similar. Some have no cutoff at all. And honestly, that just makes the information overwhelming. You know, there'd be like a $4 Amazon charge that's probably like, I don't know, a pack of pens or something. And then you have some cities and counties where their cutoff might be $500 or $1,000 or something like that, which to me I think is more in line, and it wouldn't overwhelm with information. So I don't know what everybody else thinks, but I would be fine looking into further doing it for the funds that you talked about, Mr. Brownstein, setting a limit of say $500, and just seeing what, not a motion to do that at the moment, but if staff could just see what that would take to get that done, and as you guys discuss how that would take place, you could bring back to us if there are any other issues that you think about while going through that process and figuring that out. Is that? Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, every month when we come to council, we have a financial report. It's included with the material that's developed. I think to make this a little bit easier for the staff, maybe they can use that material and expound on that a little bit more and let it go with that. And it would appear that since that's put out every month anyway, maybe taking that, how that material is prepared for us, maybe using a dollar amount of $500 to $1,000 and expound on that and see, is that 10 pages? Is that 100 pages? Does it break the computer by having too much? Maybe something like that, because we're already getting a financial report that goes out. That's public information every single meeting. I'm not sure how many council members even look at it, because it's part of what we get every month. So maybe we take that, expound on it a little bit, see what it looks like, what it's going to cost to make a little more detailed, and then come back to the committee with what we get and how much that's going to cost. We're getting the budget season right now. We need to know if we're going to have to pay some more money just to throw out information that probably isn't going to be looked at by a lot of people.
Yeah, it probably will not be. I will say, I mean, all of this information is FOIA-able.
Yes.
So all this information is FOIA-able. It's eliminating kind of a step for the public to have to go to, and could potentially eliminate some staff burden with FOIA requests, in that if somebody submits a FOIA for something that's already publicly available, that's the response, is that it's already publicly available, I believe. Yeah, essentially. And so I think there could be some actual cost savings there as well. And the financial report, while great, it's really just like it's a very overall report. You're not really digging into any specific expenses. So anyway, so I think, do you guys have direction for?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Happy to work.
Anybody have anything else on this before we move on? All right. We will move on to item number 7, report on the amount of green space funding anticipated from the proceeds of the 2022 recreation referendum.
Sure. This is how the 4 referendum items were in the budget. To the right is the total amount, and then you can see the yearly amounts that have kind of been expended and what is still in the budget for 2025, the remaining balance. So as funds get expended, They go to the actual for that year. The rest gets pushed out in the next year. So the green space reserve is just over $2 million. That $2,048,399 is what is in the budget.
Mayor Haney requested this to be on the agenda, and I know he's not, unfortunately, dealing with stuff. He's not able to be here. But this does provide the information of where we stand that he requested. Does anybody have any further questions or comments about this? Or
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Back when these bonds were issued, we got some information from our finance director about the amount of interest that was generated. Do you have any idea where we stand in terms of the interest generated from this $50 million bond issuance?
I don't as of today. It's a large bond, so the interest rate, the interest amount is going to be pretty large, but there's also an arbitrage calculation that we have to do. So the interest funds are not expendable at this time. They're on hold.
And when does that calculation occur? Is that at the end of the?
There are different timing structures related to that. I think we are at least 1 year out from that. It's usually done at the end of the third year on this bond.
And then would we use that interest to pay down the debt? I guess at the end of the day, what do we do with that interest, those proceeds?
That is up for discussion. We could roll it back into the project. We could use it to pay down the bonds. It would be another council discussion.
Okay, thank you. I know, the referendum's language did call out these projects specifically and did call out green space specifically. I suppose my words of caution would be for us not to utilize this $2 million until we kind of know where we stand with the rest of the referendum projects. I hope we have $2 million at the end of the day. I think in a normal world, we would expect Rifle Range Park to come in at that 40 million or that 40,500,000. But there's a lot of uncertainty in both our country and sort of global economics that with tariffs and things like that could ultimately affect that price tag, as well as the permitting delays that we're seeing at the state level, pushing this project further and further back into the future. So I guess my thought would be, that's great to have that $2 million set aside for green space, but we should not expend that money until much further in the process when we know that these are concrete costs for the other projects.
Okay. Thank you. Does anybody else have any?
No, sir.
Questions or comments? All right. And I do believe, just to clarify, the green space that's in that reserve / green space, it has not been tagged for anything yet. Correct. Okay. Yes. All right. With that, we will move on to item number 8, an ordinance to amend section 51, blah, 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 entitled Public Right-of-Way Planting and Replacement of the Mount Pleasant Code of Ordinances. I have not read all.
And so, Mr. Chairman, this item was sent back from Town Council. And,
yes.
For further discussion, I think Mr. Brown.
Yes, this one was my fault. I didn't mean for it to get kicked back to committee. I thought it was something that we could hash out at the meeting. The question was whether why the last line of the ordinance is stricken, and that line says something to the effect that Mount Pleasant Waterworks will come out, regrade the land, and plant grass. And so my worry was that by eliminating that line, it makes it a little bit more confusing about what the duties of Mount Pleasant Waterworks are. And I just wanted it to be clear that if you're a resident and there, you've got the option, you want the pollinator garden, that's great. They'll do that for you. You want the grass replaced, that's great. They'll do it for you. And so I thought there may be a way to clearly delineate that in the language of the ordinance. And frankly, I thought we could probably pass the ordinance with that line not stricken, and it would have kind of had the same effect.
And so, Mr. Chair, I know we had someone, I'm sorry, we did invite somebody from Mount Pleasant Waterworks to comment on the ordinance. I'm not sure if they're present or not. But I know Mr. Pagliarini has a comment.
Serendipitously, there we do have an update as far as the language is concerned, sir. We cannot answer your specific question, as Mr. DeMora said. There was an invite and not here, but Mr. Ford, in the interim, unrelated to this request.
Ah, okay.
Yes, he's right.
If I can answer a question if needed. And I think Mr. Pagliarini mentioned the ordinance actually doesn't, we have ordinance or resolution language this doesn't actually mirror. And so I think Alan's request was to look at some of that language and see if we can mirror it more, because we want to make sure that, thinking about like financial burden on Mount Pleasant Waterworks too, if people want to do this, it's their objective to maintain it too, and we're not going to come back in and replant something if they don't follow the guidelines that we've requested for making sure they're properly maintaining the easement and the infrastructure. And so that was why we had stricken that, just to make sure it didn't put us to obligating to go back in and replant someone's garden if they're not maintaining it correctly.
Okay, Mr. Pagliarini, are James, are you guys, are y'all able to, I guess by solution to this, instead of us arbitrating it right now, are you guys able to just work with Mount Pleasant Waterworks and come up with a proposed language change that we could implement or discuss next week?
Yeah, so the language that's on the screen right now
does
mirror Mount Pleasant Waterworks' current resolution. The one that was presented at first reading was an old version that they sent us. So the language now is from them and it reflects the current resolution as it is.
Oh, okay.
So we'll present that at the full council for second reading and that as an amendment.
I'm wondering, could we, that last sentence is kind of the problematic one, I think. Like, if you're taking out that sentence, does it mean that Mount Pleasant Waterworks, for instance, in my neighborhood, they just did smoke tests and they had to make some repairs to the lines. Does that, removing that sentence, make it so it's the homeowner's responsibility to replace the grass? Or, because that's kind of the way I'm reading it. And I'm not a lawyer, so I may be reading it incorrectly, but I just want to make, my whole goal was just to make sure it's clear that, yes, we've got this pollinator garden option, but if that's not what you're doing, Mount Pleasant Waterworks is going to come grade the area and put down seed or sod or whatever was there.
I'll defer to Waterworks, but my interpretation of the language is that any plantings within the right-of-way just need to be approved by Waterworks. So no matter what the homeowner wants to do or the property owner wants to do, that planting just needs to be approved by Waterworks and make sure it doesn't interfere with their easement rights. But I'll defer to them as to what their interpretation is. That was,
I think our intent in writing it.
Okay, so if y'all come out and you dig up a line in my yard, I'm not not doing the pollinator program. Who's responsible for replanting the grass?
We have a site restoration team that does go and, when work's performed, if it's in our easement, they will go back in and repair if it's work that we're doing. If it was, I think Alan's point here and working on this was if it's a garden that's going in, and we have to mow it over because they have put in the wrong type of plants when we told them not to, that's when we're not going to go back in and, re-sod their lawn.
Okay.
Yeah.
So removing this line is not going to shift the burden from Waterworks to the homeowner, is what I'm seeking assurance of.
Well, we don't, clearly, sir, and this ordinance was presented to us from Mount Pleasant Waterworks, and if I may, I don't think we have the answer today, and
Yeah.
perhaps it can arrive back on council for more discussion at that time.
Sure. I mean,
I
I'm
think your question's
yeah,
excellent.
I like the pollinator garden thing. I just want to make sure we're not inadvertently shifting the burden
Yes, sir. Yeah.
by being ambiguous.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I
Mr.
think I understand what Mr. Brownstein's
I do
trying
too.
to say. And that is basically that we need something in this ordinance that says what Mount Pleasant Waterworks standard is. What are you going to do without anything else that the homeowner has to request? The last sentence that's been taken out says that. But y'all want to have it removed. So the point is, we need some language to protect the homeowner that says, without any further questions, without any further approvals, this is what Mount Pleasant Waterworks is willing to do or will do if they're in your yard. Period. After that, yes, there may be, if you want to do something else, ask us. And we may do it, but we may not. There needs to be a level of protection for the homeowner. And that's why I think, Mr. Brownstein, you're concerned that the last sentence basically says that. This is what Waterworks will do, without any question. So if you can take that back.
Sure. Yeah, I
to-
will.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chapman. That's exactly what I was going for.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
No, yes, it makes sense. I mean, if you're not participating in that program, you just had your line dug up, it would be regraded and sodded over. So I think it should stay. That language should most likely stay in there, or some version of it.
Yeah, something
yes.
like, unless you're doing the pollinator garden, we're going to come and do this.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank
Thanks.
you. All right. So I know staff, and I'll reach out to Mr. Clum as well before our Tuesday, our meeting next Tuesday. Does anybody have anything else on that
No, sir.
item? Okay. I believe that was it. So item number 9 is to adjourn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Howard Chapman. I'll be chairing the Transportation Committee meeting today. First item is call to order, which we're doing. Next item, before I bring up the next item, we do not have a quorum at this meeting. And that means that there will be no requests for first and second reading and or approvals given because we do not have a quorum. We'll be glad to take information and have information presented so that the people who are here can get the benefit of that information, but we will not be making any recommendations to council in the, for this meeting. Okay, next item is public comments. Anyone here to make public comments, please come up and state your name and address. You have 2.5 minutes. And Mr. Demore, if you'd keep time, please.
Good afternoon, Mike Tinky, 208 Venning Street. I'm speaking on behalf of 13 trees that are slated to be removed on Question Drive in the Creekside neighborhood. They're not part of the POA, but they're part of it. I would ask that that we get a second opinion on the cost-benefit analysis of removing those 30 to 50-year-old trees. They've been there. They're an incredible asset to the community for all the ways we know trees can be. And I think it's important to look at the overall value of a tree, not just the cost of the asphalt that's involved with the removal of trees like this. At the very least, in a second opinion, there could be fewer trees that would be cut instead of a whole line of trees for an entire roadway. Second, I think it's important that the town lead by example. If we're going to remove 13 30 to 50-year-old trees, and how are we going to mitigate as a town on that roadway, because it reduces the beauty of that street, at least in the eye of the beholder that I am, and hopefully a lot of others are, that they have those type of mature trees on that street. So I know you can't take action, but I would very much like to see a second opinion on the trees. I'd like to see what the cost benefit analysis is. You know, if it's what I've heard, it's like $1,000 a tree for root pruning and the barrier. I think it's worth $1,000 a tree for a 30 to 50-year-old tree and a whole line of them there. So I'd ask for a second opinion, and I'd also ask for a best practice that if the town removes trees like that, that they mitigate into the same area that they came from. Thank you very much.
Would anybody else like to be heard?
Good afternoon, Perry Rourke, 2004 Brick Hill Parkway. Appreciate the committee putting the issue of the intersection of Rivertown Parkway and Highway 41 on the agenda today. I've been a resident of Rivertown for over 20 years. A lot of people may not be aware, but we only have one entrance and egress in that entire neighborhood to get in and out. There's been substantial development since that neighborhood has been built, since the time I've lived there. Right now we have a left turn signal hanging up there, but right now it's only a flashing yellow signal. It does not give you a dedicated green. The problem we have with the traffic in the afternoons and the mornings is the way Harris Teeter was designed. They have one entrance and egress that goes to 41 that does not have a median. So in the afternoons, there's no way for anybody to turn out of Harris Teeter onto Highway 41. Very poor design in my eyes, which leads them back to the cut-through road that was designed to bring them back to Rivertown Parkway. And they try to go through there and then use our left turn lane as well. We also have a brand new preschool going in on the corner, which is going to add hundreds of cars to the traffic count to that intersection. I gave y'all a copy, and I've sent an email with those pictures, but I just want to bring them with me in case you have any questions. It's a very difficult intersection. What we're asking right now is that if they could work with the county and give us a solid dedicated green turn signal in the interim right now to see if that helps alleviate some of the problems. Understand you need a traffic study, completely understand that, but you can't even do a genuine traffic study till the preschool opens and you have that traffic count added in there. So I think it'd be great if y'all could work to get us a turn signal during the peak hours in the morning and evenings. Let's see if that helps alleviate some of it. We really would appreciate further research into how that intersection can be redesigned. If you go up there and take a look at it, it's a mess. You've got a left turn going into the Harris Teeter cut through. You now have a cut turn off of that median going into the daycare. You've got another turn coming out going left, and you got a very short left turn lane right there. So we would just really appreciate the town's help. This is, of course, it's a convenience factor, But I think one of the residents I know sent an email to y'all. She actually has a child with medical needs as far as seizures. It lives in our neighborhood, and she's very concerned when her child has seizures. She actually drives her child, instead of calling an EMS, to the MUSC up there on 17, the Children's Health. She's concerned what's going to happen at 4 o'clock in the afternoon if her child starts having a seizure, being able to get her kid out of that neighborhood, because this traffic backs up a quarter mile onto Rivertown Parkway. So it's a huge safety issue when it's your only way in and out of this neighborhood, especially for emergency response vehicles trying to transport medical patients out of there. And we have an aging community in there as well. So thank you all for your time and appreciate you looking at it.
Good afternoon, Council. Mike Van Horn, Iron Bridge Drive. Two things that I'd like to discuss is your topic number 5, as far as the calming program. I'd like to make sure that, when we do any of the calming throughout the traffic aspect, that it's a balance, so that way we're not reducing and slowing down traffic, because we do have quite a few congested areas throughout Mount Pleasant. So again, as long as there's an equal balance with that. And then the other one, as far as, what we're talking about, Highway 41, it's imperative that we improve the efficiencies along that thoroughfare, as it's a main artery for folks to get into and out of the Charleston area there. I'd like to see, maybe a study at some point if we could possibly do a flyover right there at 41 and 17 to sit there like how we have at Bowman. So that way it eases the traffic that comes through there, and also gives them a way to come out onto 17, whether they're going towards Allendale or whatnot, so it doesn't have a traffic stop. Because right now you have the alternative 7 that's basically looking to be a 4-3-4 aspect. I think it would be possible to sit there and just create a 3-lane all the way through from the Wando Bridge all the way down into Highway 17. So we're not cutting into Laurel Hill Park, subdivision, and eliminating the green space along there, as well as, we had the Joe Rouse area right there, where we have the 41 that's coming straight in, and then, folks that are turning into that area there. So it'll help alleviate that traffic in that sense. And then the last part is as 41 continues to be a topic, as it has for over the years, I think it would make sense to sit there and make it a 3-lane aspect, all the way through. So when we have traffic that's coming out from, Park West, Dunes West, they're coming into 17, they have 2 lanes that are coming down the whole way. And then in the reverse section, you could sit there and signal it, so that way it ends up being the evening time. Folks are able to get home a lot more efficiently by 2 lanes going in the opposite direction. And again, I've lived in different parts of the country where they utilize traffic lights and signals to sit there and implement that 2-lane direction both times of the day. So, just something to consider, because again, we're looking to fill in, right now with the 41 project, potentially filling in wetlands area, which, we don't want to see happening as well. Taking away the right-of-way and easement aspect as well. So again, something for town to consider. So thank you.
Would anyone else like to be heard? Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm Jack Little. I live in Rivertown as well at 2617 Ringstead Lane. I just want to reiterate what he said. I hadn't thought about the emergency vehicles coming in and out of there. And if anything right now they can do is, extend the lights so that traffic can go back and forth from Rivertown Parkway over to Dunes West Boulevard, so that we can get out of there. But with preschool coming in, it's really going to mess things up. So I made my voice known. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to be heard? Hearing none, we'll move on to number 4, an update on Highway 41 Rivertown Parkway intersection. Mr. Morrison or Mr. Hayton?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chapman and Councilmember Brownstein. So we've got a few slides here that we'll go through to really set the base of the current traffic signal operations at this intersection. But, obviously I think it behooves everyone to understand that 41 is a state road, and so we are required to follow their guidance as it relates to any phasing changes or traffic signal timing adjustments. And so I think for the most part, everyone is familiar, but 41 has essentially both approaches have a left, a through, and a right turn lane. The Dunes West approach has a left, a through, and a right. They are currently under a protected permissive phasing, which essentially means they get a green arrow for a certain portion and then are a flashing yellow arrow. Opposing them, Rivertown Parkway has the same lane configuration but receives a permissive only left turn phase, which is a flashing yellow only. So to jump into the phasing and the current cycles that are permitted out here or installed from a timing perspective, this again mirrors the cross section and configuration of the roadway. Phases 1 and phase 3 are related to the side street approaches, phase 3 rather. So this goes to show an entire cycle length, which is the time it takes to service all approaches, the maximum time it takes. We are running 165-second cycle length. For comparison, all of the intersections on US 17 run 180-second cycle length. These are high cycle lengths, and due to, again, the 41 approach volumes primarily. So the town has and staff has done numerous, about probably a half dozen plus investigations into this intersection over the decade I've been working here. Most recently, as of August this past year, and what the thresholds that require that the town and any municipalities are required to meet are the Federal Highway Administration's left turn phasing, which is essentially a cross product of the left turn volumes compared to the opposing through and right. So essentially the movements that restrict a left turn from occurring when they have a flashing yellow, and that must be 50,000 or greater. So in our most recent study, you can see the AM period is fairly far from meeting that at only 13,000 as the cross product, whereas the PM peak is getting closer to that. So as part of that, again, not to rehash all of the actions that staff has taken, but there are some listed here. But I think more importantly, the recommendations that we hope to move forward with is, again, continuing to regularly observe the intersection. I would say that we have added over the past 2 weeks an additional 5 seconds to that side street approach. Our observations did yield that almost in every instance, vehicles cleared their queues, even during the peak periods. Consider the installation of additional signage on that Harris Teeter connection and possibly the future connection to the daycare and shopping center on the south side, just to reiterate that vehicles should not block those areas during periods of high traffic. We have already engaged with one of our on-call consultants to work to update the as-built for this intersection to include a protective permissive left turn for the Rivertown approach. So a same situation that's occurring currently from the Dunes West approach with a green arrow and flashing yellow arrow. So that way we have that plan complete, reviewed by DOT, and I think it makes sense, and I think we've got concurrence from the District 6 traffic engineer that he is ready for us to move forward with a time of day implementation for signal phasing, much like the committee has directed staff to look at US 17 and Lexington Oakland intersection. And in particular, that PM peak that you saw was very close to meeting those requirements. So I think we are basically posturing and staging ourselves right now in order to make an immediate adjustment to that. When this flashing yellow was installed, it was wired in a way that a simple signal head switch would be able to be made. And that is why a 3-section head was installed, again, to make it much easier to implement once it met those funding or those threshold requirements. And then lastly, we are working with the county and their 41 widening project to request funds to upgrade the signal detection and install the adaptive signal system, Rhythm and InSync at this intersection prior to that 41 widening project. This mirrors the success that we've had at the Joe Rouse and 41 intersection, and will allow us to constantly collect data, make more catered time of day configuration and signal timing adjustments. And they seem to be very receptive to that and are having some internal discussions right now about allowing some of that 41 widening funding to be released for this. A lot of information. Happy to answer questions on that.
Mr. Brownstein.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. When does the daycare open?
I think they're slated for April. It was the last we heard.
When I spoke with their folks, it's going to be late March to April time frame.
And so once that's open, I presume we're going to go back out there and do another traffic count.
Yes, we would. And, you know, where we are with the DOT as far as getting the heads changed out and being prepared to, once the 4-section head is up there, protected permissive phasing, we can immediately make changes. So we can make changes the morning we're out observing things if we want to, or the evening or whatever. So yes, sir, that's the plan, is get the 4-section head up, make observations, particularly once that traffic changes with the daycare, and then tweak from there.
It looks like we were pretty close on the, at least the afternoon rush. The morning, looks like it's not really that close. Do you know, was that study done during the school year in August? Like school was in session and...
Yes, sir. Anytime that we observe traffic signals for a phasing upgrade like this, or traffic calming, really any of our studies, we do try to have those done when school's in session. There's obviously a larger volume on the roadway during those periods. And so, yes, sir, it was in session.
Well, if you need me to take a couple extra trips in and out of Rivertown, just let me know. I'm sure the residents there would could maybe be of some assistance during those times too. But thank you guys for looking at this. I know it's not an ideal situation having such a big neighborhood with only one entrance and exit, and especially with some commercial development around it. So it's going to take, I think it's going to be a process to get this fully optimized, but we hopefully will have a clearer picture of how the daycare impacts it within the next couple of months. And just as an aside, Mr. Van Horn, I agree with with the flyover. I think there's some issues with the right of way where that would be very expensive there, but I do think that's something worth keeping an eye on, and eliminating that traffic light on 17 would be huge, particularly as Upper Mount Pleasant or North Mount Pleasant develops a little bit more. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, staff.
Mr. Aton, we received some material about the left turn lane. Can you go back to the there you go. Can you respond to that?
Yes, sir.
There appears to be a need for the left turn lane that's there to go toward Harris Teeter, but it's not quite as far as it needs to be, or something like that.
Yes, sir. So there is currently a left turn lane off of Rivertown Parkway onto sort of the frontage road system. As far as on 41, if that's the question for a left turn access to Rivertown, there's not at the first driveway, I believe, or there actually is only one driveway, correct? Or there is a sort of a two-way left turn lane gore area that's currently there. I think with, we can confirm with the county that they certainly look into that as part of the widening project, how this area will be adjusted. I believe they are proposing to add a new driveway access on the far north property limits that will include a dedicated left turn lane, and making the existing access a right in, right out only. Those have been comments that staff has made, and I think they are amenable to those changes. But as an existing condition, yes, as you approach Rivertown, you can make a left in a dedicated left turn lane onto the frontage road, and then there is also a left turn lane at the intersection. And I think it was 2017 that a right turn lane extension was completed, installation and extension was completed for this intersection to accommodate that very heavy right turn on the approach of Rivertown 41, which is the heaviest turn maneuver we have. Currently has an overlapping phase that runs concurrent with the 41 protected left turns. So we have optimized really to our fullest capability, given the geometry, the Rivertown Parkway approach at this point.
Okay, well, I think it appears that's the left turn going into, they're right there, that maybe that's not far enough back. I don't know. But if y'all could take a look at that.
Yes, sir. We can certainly look at that.
And also, I'd like to state that while Mr. Van Horn suggested doing something with 41, Charleston County's project, which has been in with the Army Corps of Engineers for 2 years, is what will determine what happens as of right now on Highway 41. The question remains, with what's going on in Washington, D.C., how many Corps of Engineers personnel will be available to even look at it anymore. So I'm sorry to report that, but that's a fact of what's going on right now. So at any rate, we did get the county to implement the interim project on 41 at Joe Rouse to allow for the through 41 at that point, which, believe me, was a major accomplishment with the county, having taken 3 different bid processes that all got no bids, but they agreed to allow the work to be done during the day. So I think we're about done with that. So at least we got some improvement. So, but thank you for bringing that to our attention. Okay, next item is discussion and possible action with regard to the town's traffic calming program.
Yes, Mr. Chapman, we've got Ryan Longfellow who will be presenting traffic calming for y'all.
Good afternoon, committee members. So here is the fiscal year 25 traffic calming program recommendations from staff. So for speed humps / cushions, we had 1 of 6 applicants were qualified per our traffic calming program. That is Calais Drive in the Heritage Subdivision. There was an applicant who tentatively qualifies for removal of speed humps / cushions. This is Cotton Creek Drive in the Cotton Creek at Planters Point neighborhood. For that process, it's a reverse petition process. So he or she, whoever, needs 75% of the original petition signatures in order for them to continue with their application. And they have a March 21st deadline for that. For driver feedback signs, we had 1 of 1 applicants qualified, and that is for Darrell Creek Trail near the Alston Point neighborhood. Staff estimates the cost for these recommendations for speed humps / cushions to be $20,000, for the tentative removal of speed humps / cushions to be $8,000, and for the driver feedback sign to be $12,000, totaling $40,000.
Okay. First of all, for the public's knowledge, we need to tell them what our process is for traffic calming installation, for it being qualified or unqualified. What do we do?
Eligibility. Yes, sure. So for speed humps / cushions, the eligibility is the we go out and take traffic counts and speed, and the 85th percentile speed in that area has to be above 30 miles per hour. For cushions, or that's for cushions, and then for driver feedback signs.
Before you go to that, what else has to happen within the neighborhood?
Oh, yes,
besides the 85th percentile speed.
Right. Sorry. Other than that, once they meet the 30 mile per hour threshold, we establish a map area of petition signatures needed from residents in that neighborhood in order to for them to agree to having the speed cushions, and that needs to meet 75% of the map area that we determined for them.
75%
Yes, sir.
of the residents must sign a petition.
Yes.
Before we consider it being qualified for us to look at.
Yes, sir.
Decide financially whether we can do it.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Keep going.
For radar feedback signs, we'll go with for removal of speed humps and cushions, it's just the 75% of original signatures. It's just the reverse petition process. There is no speed component to that. It is just 75% wants it removed. For the driver feedback sign, that is more on a case-by-case basis, of where we can't put where speed humps / cushions are not applicable to be placed in the roadway, such as Darrell Creek Trail, because it has a higher speed limit on the road. So even we do the same process of the traffic counts in the speed study to meet above, it's 5 miles per hour above the posted speed limit, which I believe on Darrell Creek is 35 miles per hour or 30.
I think it varies.
I don't know. Either way, it met above 5 miles per hour above the posted speed limit, and then that doesn't require any petition process. That's more just based on the speed.
And what is a driver's feedback sign?
A driver feedback sign is a sign that has the posted speed limit on it, and then below it, it has an LED, the driver's speed, and it tells them, whatever speed they're going at when they pass it.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that's all we have.
Thank you very much.
This is the first time that we've had a removal request in all the time that I've been here.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. Any idea what the impetus behind the removal is?
Does anybody know? I
Not particularly. We probably just don't want to hit those speed humps anymore. They are cushions, so they were one of the newer styles that we've installed. So they are preformed and can be reused should they meet the threshold of the petition. So it's not a full loss as far as financial. In fact, they'll probably be turned around and used on Calais.
Well, hopefully we won't see them back here asking for speed cushions in another 2 years.
Okay. Thank you very much. We can't vote, so
yes, sir.
we'll have to carry this over till next month.
I think so. I think we could probably just do it at council, or wait. I don't know that we're under any time frame.
Whatever you think.
Okay. Yes, sir. I'll talk to the administrator about that.
Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is an update for ongoing projects.
Yes, sir. So to first touch base on some of the traffic management and mobility action plan items here, I think you're aware the committee approved our TST and CTC submittal list back in February, so that has been submitted. We should hear back on those project selections around the May-June timeframe, and then CTC has subsequently been released, and we'll have that same list submitted for them as well. We have received and approved the final report for the US 17 and Oakland Market Lexington time of day implementation, and are working to get concurrence with DOT to implement that. It was a very, very well done report that looked at a lot more analytics, such as near misses, as opposed to just crash history, to really influence the decision on that time frame. We have looked at the Mathis Ferry Road and Wingo Way intersection. We are currently updating the as-built for that to get approval from DOT, and we'll move forward with those improvements of changing the shared through right turn lane to a right turn only, and the additional signage overhead that's needed for that, and some signal head changes. We have this month the representative from Rhythm that will be coming in, and we'll be doing health checks on both the 17 and the Coleman-Ben Sawyer corridor. We are continuing work on the National Drive right turn lane. And I think one thing on here that's also worth mentioning, I did receive an email from the county this morning, and they are proceeding with resurfacing of the 2-lane section of Long Point from Whipple to 17 on March 9th, so next week. And so they will be releasing an official statement on that as far as traffic control, and of course coordinating with our office on those improvements. Moving on to Billy Swales. So we did receive MS4 approval for this project last week. That was a big hurdle that I think is a domino that will allow these other agencies to basically submit their final approval letters. We're looking to submit to DOT the final PS&E package here once we have those other things in hand, but we've coordinated and they are aware of our required time frame. And we still look to bid this out later this month, with anticipated construction beginning early midsummer, July 2025. Park West Boulevard and Stockdale roundabout. We've received the updated 30% plans on Friday, and so we will be engaging with the public here shortly for an additional public meeting. That's more of an opportunity to share these plans. The direction is somewhat set at this point based off of previous public meetings. The temporary traffic signal design, the last I heard an hour ago, we are turning that on tomorrow. So it'll go into basically a burn-in mode of 3 days of flash, and then it'll actually be activated. So that's that temporary traffic signal that will help improve safety. It includes a pedestrian crossing for the school, and then ultimately will be used to assist with construction and traffic control. The update on the Pitt Street Bridge micromobility project. This project is moving along very, very nicely now. The harbor side wall for the EnviroLock has been complete, which you can see in one of the photos here. And we still have an April time frame of finished. We also have released a public notification of the Pitt Street median pollinator garden, which has been tied into this project and will start on this month as well. We've notified the businesses, got a lot of good support from that, but there will be traffic disruptions at that intersection of Pitt Street and Venning while this project is complete. And I guess I'd be remiss to mention that that project also includes a component of Youth Council, who will actually be the folks installing the pollinator garden that our staff has helped design in accordance with our LID program.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
May I
Yes,
ask
sir.
a question? So this is the area of Pitt Street that I can't remember if it's elevated concrete at all or it's just stamped concrete,
Just
sort of that triangular island.
It is, yes, sir. And
Okay.
it's just stamped and pigmented asphalt at this point.
Okay, and that's an area where I think we've had some issues with people trying to park there, putting delivery trucks there.
Yes, sir. It was always intended to be a staging area for delivery trucks for the local businesses, and it was signed as such. But I think over the years since it's been installed as part of the Mount Pleasant Waterworks project, it has become additional parking and create a very real safety concern for line of sight, very heavily bike and ped area there. So this will restrict or essentially remove the ability to park there. We will still have the loading zone on the Venning Road approach of Pitt Street. So that will remain there.
I think it's an exciting project for you guys to engage with the Youth Council. It's kind of very creative to, one, solve the issue that we have there with the parking, and then also add a environmental science component for the teenagers to work on. So appreciate you guys including them in that.
Yes, sir. I know they are excited as well. So look forward to implementing that. All American Boulevard. This project will be paving this week, pending the rain we're suspected to have on Wednesday. We've proof rolled both sections. All the curb and gutter is installed, and I would say probably about 80% of the shared use path, the Mount Pleasant Way, has been installed as well. So we are still looking at a substantial completion for this project this summer, but it is moving along very quickly, and landscaping and things like that will be coming along as well.
How wide is that shared use path?
The shared use path for the majority is 10 feet in width, which is the required minimum per AASHTO standards.
Bikes and pedestrians.
Yes, sir. And it will include our pedestrian or shared use path striping as well, which is a center line, and also includes a Mount Pleasant Way logo and then signage too. Shim Creek Bridge bike lanes. This project has been awarded. We had the pre-construction meeting last week, and I think based off of the contractor's schedule and then some other obviously sensitive community events in the area, the Cooper River Bridge Run, they will be beginning that the week after the Cooper River Bridge Run, so April 9th, I believe, or 6th possibly, essentially that Monday after the Cooper River Bridge Run, in order to not impact that event. April 7th. And then lastly, of course, the Mount Pleasant Way updates. These are some of the bigger items I have highlighted here. All of these highlighted projects are anticipated to go to bid this summer and start construction as well. We're in the final stages of wrapping up that right-of-way allocation. And then, of course, we have our RAISE grant that is currently under review to fund the remaining spine route design, which is about 27 miles. Happy to answer any questions you may have on this project or others.
Any questions, Mr. Brownstein?
No, thank you. Good.
Great. Thank you very much. Looks like we got a lot going on. And the next item on our agenda is to adjourn. I'm Howard Chapman. I'll be chairing this meeting today. And the first item on the agenda is approval of minutes from the February 3rd, 2025 meeting. Do I hear an approval?
Move to approve.
Motion made and seconded to approve the minutes. Any discussion? Hearing none, call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Next item is public comments. Anyone here for public comments during the Flood Resilience Committee? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next item. Green Commission update.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chapman and committee members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to tell you a little bit about what we got going on with Green Commission these days. All right, we're now in March. Okay, so we had our regular February Green Commission meeting back middle of February, and a lot of our conversation there at that meeting focused on the workshop that the commission had scheduled for this past weekend. So I'll get to that in just a minute. Our regular meeting talked about the agenda for the workshop, as well as our upcoming canopy restoration project, where we're looking to plant some canopy trees at a couple of our recreation facilities in coordination with public services and everybody, as well as some support for the residential LID program that is being developed in EDS. They've been coordinating with the Green Commission to make sure that their thoughts and ideas were incorporated into that. We also talked about some outreach opportunities that we have coming up with the Blessing of the Fleet event in Plantasia, and some a program that the county library is doing out at the Wando Library. Just several different things this spring going on. It's starting to be beautiful weather and everybody wants to be outside. So, so that was just our normal meeting. And at our workshop last week, what the commission had wanted to do, because there are always so many good ideas and issues and questions and topics that get brought to them, at any given time, they wanted a little bit of an opportunity to try to develop a little bit more of a game plan, a tactical approach to what they thought their priorities, where they should be focusing their efforts, in a nutshell. They looked at a number of issues that had come up in front of them over the previous year, and what they discussed at the workshop last week was basically that the items and the issues that really seemed to gel together and to be a good place for them, was a good place for them to focus in the coming year, are related to the topics of habitat restoration and water quality protection, which ties in very nicely and neatly with the residential LID program and our existing commercial LID program that is already in place. So looking at ways to develop these concepts in the programs and outreach activities that the Green Commission does. So to focus on, for instance, native plants, work identifying and getting rid of some invasive species. We've already talked about with Clemson University has I don't know if you've heard of the Bradford Bounty program, but basically Clemson has a program where they'll come into a community and, if you take out an invasive tree, in this case a Bradford pear, they'll give you a new tree to plant back in this place, a native tree. So Eddie has already got us on the schedule with Clemson to do that next spring. So what can we do in the meantime to prep for that and to educate the public and get everybody excited about that program, just as an example. Also talked a good bit about how to better coordinate and reach out to the HOAs and to school groups and to begin building more of a outreach education network by the Green Commission. So that's kind of a lot of what they talked about, and they'll be developing that over the coming months. So, and if you've got any other questions, yeah.
Any questions from Ms. Boyles? I have one, and that is talking about water quality.
Yes, sir.
And are they putting out the information that we helped design with Waterworks on the septic tanks?
That's certainly a component of it. I think they were, as I said, they are still kind of developing all of their outreach, but they were focused more on say litter and maybe native plantings around the ponds, those sorts of angles, from the how do we manage the impacts of our built environment, not necessarily through the septic system, because I think there's an understanding that we've already got a good program moving in that direction with Waterworks. And so we would certainly share that information. I don't know that that was a focus of theirs to do anything differently with that. Does that make sense?
Well, my only comment was it would be helpful for them to work with Waterworks to get the word out.
Oh, of course.
On how that process can benefit a
Certainly.
neighborhood or an area where there are septic tanks. And I wouldn't be surprised that a lot of people where there is a need to coordinate with Waterworks even know about it.
Yes,
so
sir.
that was the reason for my asking.
I apologize. I see where you're going. So from the outreach and education perspective, that would certainly be a component of what they're looking to deal with this year.
Thanks,
Yes, sir.
Any other questions of Ms. Boyles? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and next item is item number 5, securing grants as a tool for resiliency.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chapman and committee members. I understand the mayor requested this item, so we'll make sure that we share this information not only with him, but with the rest of town council, because this really is a good news story, a success story for us. So I wanted to review a few things, starting first with stormwater. What we have listed on the screen are the grants that we have been able to secure just over the past couple of years, primarily through FEMA grants. There are a couple of other sources, but you'll see that with grant funding that we've received within the past few years, $20 million is going towards stormwater improvements. We, of course, have to provide some matching funds. We've done that in the amount of about $10 million. And y'all are aware that when we started this process, before we began this aggressive pursuit towards grant funding, we did pay for Royal Basin ourselves. But what you see on the screen here is through stormwater, half of our $42 million investment is coming from from grant funding, again, primarily from FEMA. But we've been successful not just with stormwater improvements, because resilience is more than just stormwater. There are other opportunities. And you'll see here a lot of bike and ped improvements, which help to support our resiliency and our sustainability. Nearly $10 million have come from different sources, such as DOT, Federal Highway, to help support new bike and ped facilities throughout the town. We've also been successful with a couple of hazard mitigation grants from FEMA. First, the town hall generator, that will be coming to us soon, and that is going to be able to power this building much more substantially should we have some sort of hurricane or other event where we lose power. And we'll be able to use the old generator to now power up the town hall gym. So it's a good win for us. The HVA, the Hazard Vulnerability Analysis, y'all saw and approved earlier this year. That was part of our hazard mitigation plan. That was paid for through grant funding. We've been successful with a couple of forestry grants. And then finally, with a couple of appropriations this past year with the support of Senator Campson, Shem Creek dredging, which helps to support the sustainability of our Shem Creek. And then again, Mount Pleasant Way, another bike ped type of funding. We do have a couple of appropriations requests that are out there pending in the current state budget that we've shared with y'all already that will also help, if awarded, expand our resilience efforts. One is for our training facility, which helps build strength and resilience amongst our people through training. And then finally with the Public Services Operations Center. And then we will continue, as we've always do every year, to send in some appropriations requests to Senator Graham, who has also been very supportive in a lot of what you see, in particular with stormwater. So that's just a very quick recap. But all in all, you can see that over the past couple of years, we've been able to secure about $33 million worth of grant funds to help us build our resilience. I'm glad to answer any questions if you have them.
Any questions from the committee? Yeah, it's fabulous. Have we had any holdups in our grants with what's going on in Washington today?
We're moving forward. We're waiting for word on a couple of them, in terms of when those might be released, but we anticipate that in particular, like the brick grant that we've got for Edwards Park, we don't see any issues with that. So we're still pushing forward with that, with hopefully have some bids by spring. And by then, some of these funding situations will be resolved.
Great. Ms. Hyatt.
What is the timeline with the Shim Creek dredging? Is that something we've already done, or we have?
No, we haven't done it yet.
I didn't think
That
so.
was just money that was just awarded from Senator Campson this past year. We've got, I think, 3 years to spend that money, and so Mr. Mitchell is project manager for that, and we'll be working over that over this next year.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Item 5 was securing grants. Item 6 is to adjourn. We're adjourned.